Discord.
Outspoken silence reigns. The broken sight foretold. All point towards the shattered soul. Hold on, lift your mournful eyes to the sky. No, you are worth more. Don't let the shadows pull you down. Lay the static in your head to rest. Sometimes we must be put to the test. Remember all it
Give me a second. I'm just having breakfast.
is, have the strength to turn the tide. Hold on, lift your weary eyes to the sky. No, you are worth more. Don't let the shadows pull you down.
afternoon / evening. I have not spoken at all today. These are the first words I'm speaking. Which is kind of a lie. I said a slight good morning today, but it was really more of a whisper than a speaking at all. So we're doing a warm up now. And I also just finished breakfast, so don't judge me. But yes, hold on a sec. Yeah. There we go. I really hope that the music is royalty free, in case you're worried. Because I certainly was. But hopefully it won't get taken down in the VOD. So we'll see. We test things and we see. But without further ado, and this is one thing that my new mic can do, is, well, hold on. Yeah. Is yes, say good morning, good afternoon / good evening, and Happy New Year! There's an echo function on it. I don't know if that came through at all in the stream, but yes. and I'm in space! It's so cool, and my arms disappeared. But yes, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are on the world. If you're new, welcome. If you're not new, welcome back. And look, I have something very fancy. The echo is echoing. Fantastic. Then of course, you wouldn't mind if I did it the whole way. And happy New Year, happy 2023, everybody. I hope that it'll be a really good one, everyone. Let me just quickly do a thing, and put the chat on permanent. Let's see. Always show me. Thank you very much. There we go. Right. Everyone, I hope you had a wonderful rest holiday period, and I hope you've had a. You still have an echo with my audio. I do. Still. Like still now. Still now. We're testing. So far, it doesn't look like it's. On my instrument, it looks like it's fine. Is there? Just move down a little bit. Is you hear me twice? Where's the first? This is very strange. Well, this is the actual echo bit. But then if I'm supposed to turn it down, and you're supposed to not hear me at all. I wonder why. Hold on a sec. Well, thank you. Hold on a sec. That's probably better. There's a spot that's not being keyed out. Where is it? It's there. I see you. Spot that hasn't been keyed out. Let's up you a little bit. Turn that. It's still there. Is it a green screen or is it a? Hold on. Or is it part of the? Oh, it must be part of the background. Okay. Twice the echo. I can't. I'm not supposed to be echoing at all. Oh yeah, exactly. So I shouldn't. Hold on. Why microphone? Please tell me. Please. Explain to me your secrets. The echo's still going. It's like a 1 second delay. Same volume. That sounds awful. What if I come out of Discord? Does that fix it? Am I fixed? Maybe. It's the empty expansive space carrying your voice across time. It's a I mean, that's very creative, but annoying nonetheless. It doesn't even. I know why! Yay! There are 2 inputs. Yay! We're done. Excellent. We should be done. We should be done. We should be done. Are we done? Tell me, because that's what I thought it was. Yes! Good day! And we can finally begin. Excellent. Remove, please. Sure. My camera and the camera microphone, which is shitty, and my microphone volume, which is great, we're recording at the same time. Ah, goodness. Yes, hello! And I'm in space. Please, if you would like to change my background or make it interesting in any way, you can let me know exactly what you want to put here, because I have a green screen now, which is fantastic. And I'm not sure, like, if I move my camera at all, it will disrupt the very carefully curated box of chroma key that I've done to make sure that all the angles line up, because this camera angle is quite wide. But what I have also done is I have a very fancy little mic stand now that I can just move my mic in and out when I'm using it or not. It's just great. It just works. It's fantastic. Also, like I said earlier, I haven't spoken yet today, so welcome to my voice. It is 10:21 a.m. and thank you for tuning in to the Everything GM broadcast. Today we will be starting off 2023 with some good old reading, because I'm actually quite excited for that one. And following that, I'll probably talk about some tabletop stuff, because I was talking about it earlier today. And if what is planned on the stream is actually gaming lessons in capitalism with the Outer Worlds, and I don't know if anything is a greater lesson in the dangers of capitalism than what's going on with the Open Gaming License and Wizards of the Coast than right now. So stay hydrated, by the way. This is water, not vodka. And you should definitely make sure that you're getting plenty of water, not vodka. Wait. Go back to the echo and green screen yourself onto the back? Wait, what? Wait, so should I put myself onto the back? Like a sort of 1 second delay video of me, and then have me say things and then me say things there. The camera mic can't be that bad. Both voices were clear, just not together. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Well, maybe it was. That's very strange. Anyway. But yeah. So but first, I wanted to do like a ritual that I start every stream with, and one of the I can do this in like a. Shall I say, non-intense way, where I'm definitely not the kind of person who's like, you know, guys, we should really just center our chakras every now and then. But at the same time, I am quite a fan of just kind of taking a moment and calming down. And sort of, generally centering yourself. So I thought if I wanted to start streams with any kind of ritual, it would be something like that. So we'll be starting with that soon. For now, how's everyone doing? Did you have a good rest season? Did you rest at all? I know where I live, many people who work in the private sector do not really rest across this period. Christmas is not as big in Korea as it is for the rest of the world, but but there is still a holiday. And for schools, they go on holiday for a while now. I think it's like a month and a half, 2 months maybe. But yeah, there were a lot of holidays were also celebrated across the world over this period. So did you have fun with those, wherever and whenever you celebrated them? And also, like I always say, if you're new, welcome. And if you're not new, welcome back. And if you'd like to know everything about who I am, there are lots of links in the description of this video, and there will be in perpetuity. If you want to go to my main page, you can go to the Buy Me a Coffee link. And if you want to subscribe and see where I'm going live, you can do so right here. And also, I have a Discord server that will hopefully be popping off eventually, which you can follow by going down there as well. I'm currently working this very moment. I had a couple days off for the holidays, but still work. A couple days off? That's the same as me. It's not cool. Not cool at all. Oh no. Do people still need pants That's a reference. I'm sorry. to what Hana is doing right now. Just a couple days is horrible, and I speak from experience. Last year at my job, it's contracted that I have 5 days in the winter and 5 days in the summer. But if any of those days fall on a weekend, it's just tough because you don't work on a weekend anyway. So it just comes, it like counts into those days. So essentially, and because of that, they are unchangeable holidays. Like I can't choose them; they're calendar days. So essentially, what I had was, I got screwed twice because what they'll then do is try and make sure that a holiday falls on like a weekend. So yeah. Yes, I'm sending pants and shoes and even shirts. All the fashion needs are being met. Wow, someone daring today, aren't we? What's rest? Man, I wish I knew. My parents came down to visit me recently. I say down, it was up geographically. Well, just around, I guess. From South Africa, they visited me and my sister for about... they and my sister visited me, yes, for about 2.5 weeks, and it was absolutely magical. I hadn't seen them in about 16 months, so it was really, really cool. Never gone that long without seeing my family, so, and I'm quite close with them, so it was really, really cool. But it felt a lot longer than 2.5 weeks. It was it felt like an entire chapter of my life had gone by because we packed it with so much stuff, but it was also so cool that it's like encompassed this entire like chapter it felt a lot longer than 2.5 weeks. I came back to my house when I was done and I was just like, now what was that like 2 months? It felt, yeah. My job actually does an observed day when the holidays fall on the weekends. Oh, great. Mine did not. I got 3 days of summer and 3 days of winter to round out that wonderful story. Because not only did 1 day fall on the weekend in both summer and winter that year, 2 days fell on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And we do not get observed days. Yay for family visits. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. So... we're into the 21-minute mark already. Well, I spent 10 of those eating cereal. I apologize, but also not because I need to be energized for the day. I haven't been up at... I was up at 8:30 this morning, which I haven't been... I haven't been up before 10:30 in ages. I know, but my job started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and ended at 9 o'clock in the evening. So that's how it kind of, that's how my brain works now. It's just kind of carried over from that. So I don't wake up earlier than like 10:30 these days. But I actually wanted to fix it. So here I am. And my streams are helping me fix it. I'll fill that up again soon. But yes, if you'd like to take some time to relax, let's go find some royalty-free chill music. Royalty-free chill. Ooh, this'll be fun. Okay. Before we go into reading, we're going to just chill for just a second. And I'm going to change things up a little bit when this song is finished. And for the rest of you, if you could just put yourself into a comfortable position, as the recordings say, one in which you could very comfortably fall asleep. And if you fall asleep, that's fine. But yes, like I said, I'm in space, and yes, there's a box here, because if I extend this box any longer, it's going to clip the rest of my house, which is going to really kind of break the green screen immersion that I have going on. So I have to keep it this way. But if you'd like to substitute this background with anything you'd like, you may. You may just send me a picture, and I will happily do it. You can send it to me on my in the Discord channel, and we can do it. Oh, the song changed. Damn it. Now we have to wait. No, we don't. Right. Oh, I love this stuff. I don't know what it is about this kind of music, but it's just, it just centers me. Almost as if it's designed to. So, what we're gonna just quickly do is we're gonna start off the year of streams with a bit of guided meditation. And how this is gonna work is you're just gonna listen to me for a little while, and maybe it'll be fun. Maybe you'll enjoy yourself, and maybe you won't, and that's fine too. What I would like you to do is what we're going to focus on today is an awareness of breathing, and that can really kind of help us get into a more sort of calm headspace. I know for those of you on the western side of the world, geographically, you have it's like 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, so it's the evening and you're kind of winding down. But for me, I'm winding up, so we're just going to do something fairly universal and just focus on our breathing. So, without further ado, make sure that this is at a balanced volume. If the volume needs changing, if something is too loud or too soft, please let me know. But other than that, we shall begin. I'd like you to just take a moment and close your eyes. Sit back or lie back, wherever you may be. Just get into a comfortable position. And of course, like I said earlier, one in which you could possibly fall asleep. If you do fall asleep, sometimes people like to go into a half asleep, half awake sort of thing. That reminds, if that happens, that's fine. What sounds are going on around you? Is there traffic outside? Are there birds? What's the weather like? Is it hot or cold? What does the humidity level feel like? How does it interact with you? Are there any weather events going on outside? Is it raining? Snowing? Hailing? Just notice and be aware. And while you're being aware of what's going on outside, I'd like you to bring your senses slightly inward. Bring them inward from focusing on the air outside to the air inside, the air around you. How does it feel? Does it feel warm or cold? Heavy or light? And while you're focusing on it, I'd like you to feel it as though it is getting heavier and slowly sinking down onto you. Not oppressively, but just a presence. Comfortable. It may not be putting you to sleep, but it should be calming. While you're doing that, I'd like you to then take your senses even further in and focus on the thing that you do without thinking, possibly thousands of times every day. And that is to breathe. focus on your breathing just for a moment. This may seem very intense, but even from a casual perspective, the act of breathing and centering oneself is something that we don't often do. It's very easy to go through the motions without really sitting down to focus on time passing. And that's what I want you to do just for a moment. As you focus on every in-breath and out-breath, feel the moment passing around you. If your day is beginning, focus on exactly what you've been doing in recent memory before you woke up. And if your day is ending, just take some time to feel the day passing. A lot of times when we end a day, our mind immediately transfers itself to the next day and whatever we're going to do that day. I do it too. It's completely natural. But what I'd like you to try and do is focus on the day as it passed. Like all the events of that day have culminated into a present moment now for you to view privately. Don't let go of your breathing. Every in-breath and out-breath, pay attention to the moment. Feel how not just your body expands with every in-breath and deflates with every out-breath, but feel the difference of energy every time you do it. It should feel a little bit different every time if you're really focusing. Like it's progressing towards something. If you don't feel that, that's fine. But also importantly, while you're focusing on how your body interacts with your breathing, focus on how the air around you that had just started to become heavier is interacting with your breathing. Like you're pressing against an external force when you breathe in and letting it fill the space that's left when you breathe out. This constant connection that exists between you and the air around you. And now that you're doing that, I'd like you to go even deeper and feel that the reason, the cause of every in and out breath is just an electrical signal going towards two things in your body that are swelling and deflating. And yet those two things can create so much energy in the rest of you. Feel how it expands all the way to your toes with an in-breath. And it retracts just as quickly on an out-breath. There is a system inside, constantly running. And when you focus more on that system, you start to feel time pass around you. Take that moment and sit in it just for a second. So important not to let that go. Days can feel busy sometimes. But when we take a moment at the end of them to just notice these things, center ourselves, and do the same thing at the beginning of days, we can not only prepare ourselves for the times to come, but appreciate the times that are now gone. You should possibly be in a state of pretty good relaxation about now. But if you're not, that's fine. This is all your process and your way of centering. So if this is not really working for you, that's totally okay. But if it is, wonderful. You're still just focusing on your breathing. And while you're doing that, I'd like you to go one level deeper and try to find your heartbeat. Just take a moment. Try and direct your energy towards the center of your chest and see if you can find it from there. If you can't find it, like always, that's fine. But it really is just about diverting the energy that you feel from your breathing. And maybe, if you do it at just the right angle, almost, you might be able to detect some rhythmic compressions against your rib cage. That, the vibrations caused from that collision, are you hearing your heartbeat. Those vibrations are transferred all the way up into your inner ear canal, which you can perceive. Because within you, sound travels faster than outside in the air, which is true. So if your heart is beating and you can hear it, let that tie you to the moment just for a second, just like your breathing has all this time. And now that you're doing that, sit in that for 1 minute. Breathing and heartbeat. Breathing and heartbeat. 1 minute. Starting now. if a minute was longer or shorter than you imagined, that's fine. Getting an internal clock exactly right is a skill. Some people have it naturally, and that's also okay. Breath and heartbeat. And to emerge from this state of present moment, take the listening of your heartbeat and expand it to your breathing. Feel the air once again. Then focus on how your breathing expands to the air around you. Leave the sound of your heartbeat behind, and then leave your breathing behind. How does the air around you feel? Is it heavy or light? Is it hot or cold? And then expand outwards again. What's the weather like outside? Is there traffic? Are there birds? Are there any weather events? Is it raining, snowing, hailing? Are there other noises that I haven't mentioned that are going on around you? Just notice them. And at a point, when you're ready to come out of all of this, and either start or end your day, wake up. I'll give you the minute. That was nice. Let's take a second before we come back. Whew. I feel great after that, actually. That wasn't too bad at all. And when this track is over, we shall... Oh, it's not that late, okay. Excellent. And that, my dear viewers, is how I want to start every stream. Just a short little center point. Because it certainly helps me. I had to teach myself to do this sort of thing. Because I'm certainly someone who... I said it, I mentioned it earlier, but I am certainly someone who loves to immediately cast my mind forward to what I'm doing the next day. I literally tell, like, I literally tell myself, okay, when we wake up the next morning, this is what we're going to do, before I've even gone to sleep the previous night. And it's so important to just make sure, for so many different reasons, make sure that you're just chilling for just a moment. Just take a second. Because life is worth taking those moments for. So, with that, right, chill time's over. Okay. The second phase of my stream is we're going to do some reading, which is going to be very similar to a to sort of guided meditation. It will not have meditation music in it, though. Hold on. Is that... Oh, damn it. There's a border there. Oh, I'm moving. I'm moving. Okay. There you go. So if you see a black square in my glasses at all, it's because my green screen is being chromed out, obviously. Like, that's how you do it. you have to delete the color of the screen. But because my glasses are so reflective, my ring light reflects the green, and then it kind of chromas it out in my glasses, which I think is kind of interesting. I'm going to keep it. I hope everyone is feeling a little bit more chill. And if you've done it right, you should feel... Well, you can feel a lot of different things, but essentially, if you've done it right, you should feel at least a little bit better. But very importantly, if you don't feel any different from how you did before, that's fine. Maybe you're just a master of meditating without a meditation, which is also fine. And sometimes, which is most likely the case, you've never done this before, or you do this way too irregularly, and you just need some practice, which is also fine. So tune into the stream, and we'll practice together. So, we're gonna do some reading soon. And then after the reading, if you're still here, we're gonna play some games. The reading will be, I'm on for another like 3 hours, so this is gonna be great. I've had my breakfast. I'm good for ages. So if you'll excuse me while I get some water, and when we come back, we'll do some reading. I'm gonna start reading by doing something Star Wars related, because I have a lot of requests in Discord. I'm gonna switch to those as well. But what I'd really like to do is finally get around to finishing the Star Wars Episode 3 novelization, which is absolutely fantastic. And I want to start again from the beginning, which I will do in a second. For now, though, I'll be right back. And we're back. So, I figured my stars background is actually quite appropriate for what I'm about to read. Which is great. Let us begin. Also, I did have to say, I'm gonna, for the next stream, I can actually do it now, I guess. But for the next stream, what I would love to do is, hold on a sec. I can change my microphone to be. I have a beautiful thing called. Well, you know, I'll let it kind of speak for itself when I set it up. But we'll see. Hold on. Can I what? Sign in. Ah. Okay. All right. Cool. I have to sign in according to Streamlabs if I want to talk in chat. Anyway, yes, I have something that requires me to change the source of my microphone, which I will do after this. For now, let's do some reading while I'm sitting in space all alone. And I look, what I would really prefer is that there is actually not like a full background, but like a you know, some people stream and they have like these cool backgrounds with like a button, not this kind of background, but like their actual, like their house. But the problem is with my angle, it's just my house. Like it's just my room. You can't see, like you see my washing machine over there and like the closet over there, like some clothes hanging out over there. So it's all of my cool decoration stuff is like behind the camera. So you can't see that other stuff. But anyway, hope everyone's having a good time. And let's do some reading. I kind of don't want to turn off this though. Oh, I love lo-fi so much. We're gonna go find a book. We're doing the... I do have it here. Excellent. Right. Okay. Then what I would like everyone to do for a second is direct your attention to the screen. And let's see if we can... Oh, it's raining. It is really coming down heavier at the moment. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. What I'd really like to do is test out the screen sharing thing, which I'm gonna do in a second. I miss rain. When has it last rained? In like probably ages. What is winter like over there where you are? It's coming down hard. Like I can hear it through my headphones. Yo. Like poop. Wait. I can't remember what I said last. Does it rain like poop, or did it last? There's no rain at all? Also, if there's the feedback that I get from my microphone and my headphones is not the same as what you hear in terms of volume. For me, it's a lot softer, which means that I kind of have to get a little bit closer to actually like make myself properly heard. Which could be a problem for you, because you could hear like some ringing in the top registers, or the or some, you know, the good old classic distortion, which, you know, is just not good for anyone. Way too warm here. There's no rain. No, there's no distinction between seasons. It's awful. Awful, awful, awful. We should change that immediately. Oh. I've received... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm on... Wait, is that looks like a TV. Am I on a TV screen? Oh, wait, no. Oh, you were showing me the echo. But it's cool. It looks like I'm on TV. That's awesome. Ooh! Whoa. Yes. Okay, and I just got sent a new background. Hold on. We're going to do it. It's hot, and then hotter, and then balls hot to dip in. Oh, that's great. Okay. I got sent a background. We're using this as the background. Thank you very much. I don't know if it... Can I get... Look, I tiptoe around copyright so much because I don't want, like... I'm such a little tiny blip on the internet that I don't want to, like... I don't want to, like, stop before I even begin. So I always wonder about copyright. But you know what? Screw it. As a great picture, I'm going to use it. Let me switch it. Can you send it to me on my other account so that I don't have to switch over to find it? Please just PM me on the private account. On the private account. On the public account. On my Everything GM Discord account. Please and thank you. And for the meantime, I'm gonna test out the screen sharing. Let's see what happens. It's a black screen. I have always wanted to look like this. I don't know if you understand what I mean, but like to be this, I see people on YouTube and TikTok all the time, and they have these like green screens going on. It's so cool. I love it. Okay, we are gonna see here. Oh, also, look, you can support me if you want to. and get me a big green screen. Right, let's have a look at screen capture. What are we doing now? We are looking at some reading. Ah, excellent. Let's put this in full screen, shall we? Yes. Excellent. Oh, it's going from page to page. Wait. I need to zoom in and see that. There we go. That's better. Right. We're on the episode, the Star Wars Episode 3 novelization. I'm gonna just hold on. What zoom level is that? It doesn't tell me. I just want a little bit. There we go. Okay. All right. I haven't been sent the thing yet, so now you have forced my hand, and I will have to switch, and you will hear Discord. And that is what I was trying to avoid. Okay, so this is the backdrop. If it opens in browser, wait, no, I'm gonna hide it quickly until you see it. There we go. Right. Save. We are putting this in here. I love this background. It's great. I'm gonna use it immediately. We are changing this background right now. Where is the image? There we go. Change. Oh. What? No, I'm here. There we go. Yes! Wait, I need it to fill. How do I get it to fill the space? No! Oh, there we go. Ah, excellent. We find ourselves in a lounge in a galaxy far, far away. This is incredible. I love this. This is so cool. Okay, we're heading back. You're gonna hear Discord again. Discord. I know my Discord does this. That's how it works. I'm sorry. There we go. Okay. So now that we're in a lounge, if you don't know where this is from Star Wars: The Old Republic, which I've dedicated about 10 years of my life to. I don't play it anymore, but man, if I wouldn't foist it urgently on anyone who really doesn't mind. I mean, it's an MMO, so all the things that you expect from an MMO are there, including free to play and a pro subscriber mode and the model that killed the gaming industry, in my opinion, and a ton of microtransactions as well. But it's still a fun game, and it's still Star Wars, so you know, there's that. And you know, the content is actually great, like fully voiced. Like every quest is like fully voiced, which is like incredible. Even your character like speaks and stuff, which is awesome. So yeah, it's honestly a great game. The fact that it's an MMO kind of is the only point against it, which is unfortunate because it's like, you know, the base of the game. Anyway, with that said, we're going to start some reading, and we're not going to put music on this. It's just going to be me. And we're going to see what we do. I'm going to read just a little bit of the first bit of the Episode 3 novelization. If you have not read... Oh, I love the screen wipe. I'm going to do it again. Wah! And wah! I did it. I did it on purpose to look more Star Wars-y, because Star Wars loves their screen wipes, and that one looks like I'm coming out of space. So even if I start the stream, it's like, yay, stream starting, and then, wah! I come out of hyperspace, and we're in a lounge, and it's freaking great. Okay, so anyway... I will now be reading from the Revenge of the Sith novelization. If you haven't seen the Revenge of the Sith novel, or if you movie, I stepped away to fix dinner. Ah, that is why you abandoned me, and I had to switch over Discords to find the image. What did you fix for dinner? And if you haven't seen the movie Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith Star Wars, I said that all backwards. Then why haven't you seen it yet, and why are you still here? Go and watch the movie, and then come back and watch the VOD once the stream is over. It was made in 2000 and... I'm going to show my age. 5? 2004? What age? I'm 27. What do you mean show my age? I watched Episode 3 in theaters when I was 10. I was 10 years old when it came out. and I watched it in theaters. And when it, I came in knowing like a surface knowledge of Star Wars, and Episode 3 was like my introduction to Star Wars, and I didn't really know much about what was going on. And when I came out of that theater, I was changed. Like, I became changed. And from that day, I've been just a mega fan. Hold on a sec. Okay. Shrimp tacos. Seasoned shrimp, fresh avocado, picked red onions, cotcha cheese. Is that how you spell it? Cotcha? And Mexican street corn salad. Also, why is the chat box not working? I find this... Hold on. There we go. Okay. I'm just gonna... Yeah. It says always show messages, and then it just doesn't show them. Okay, we're just gonna keep them like that, yeah. When you put chat up, it'll arrive now. The chat box was essentially disabled for a second. We work, we live and learn. This is the first stream of 2023. It'll be fine. Shrimp tacos sound incredible. Cotcha cheese and Mexican street corn salad. Oh, that sounds great. Okay. Without further ado. Cotilla. Okay. Cotilla. Cotilla cheese. It was your mistake, not mine. All right, here we go. If you haven't seen episode 3 yet, go watch it now. Come back later. If you have seen episode 3, this book, written by the genius that is Matthew Stover, revolutionizes the way that you see episode 3. Unfortunately, I don't think this is canon, but we are going to get into it now. So, welcome back. Did you have a good time in the void? I hope you enjoyed yourself. Ooh, a new mod for Skyrim. No, I'm done. I'm done modding Skyrim. No more modding. We're reading now. Read, no mod. Here we go. This story happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It is already over. Nothing can be done to change it. It is a story of love and loss, brotherhood and betrayal, courage and sacrifice, and the death of dreams. It is a story of the blurred line between our best and our worst. It is the story of the end of an age. A strange thing about stories, though this all happened so long ago and so far away that words cannot describe the time or the distance, it is also happening right now, right here. It is happening as you read these words. This is how 25 millennia come to a close. Corruption and treachery have crushed 1,000 years of peace. This is not just the end of a republic. Night is falling on civilization itself. This is the twilight of the Jedi. The end starts now. The Age of Heroes. The skies of Coruscant blaze with war. The artificial daylight spread by the capital's orbital mirrors is sliced by intersecting flames of ion drives and punctuated by starburst explosions. Contrails of debris raining into the atmosphere become tangled ribbons of cloud. The nightside sky is an infinite lattice of shining hairlines that interlock planetoids and track erratic spirals of glowing gnats. Beings watching from rooftops of Coruscant's endless cityscape can find it beautiful. From the inside, it's different. The gnats are drive glows of starfighters. The shining hairlines are light scatter from turbo laser bolts powerful enough to vaporize a small town. The planetoids are capital ships. The battle from the inside is a storm of confusion and panic, of Galvin particle beams flashing past your starfighter so close that your cockpit rings like a broken annunciator, of the boot-sole shock of concussion missiles that blast into your cruiser, killing beings you've trained with and eaten with and played and laughed and bickered with. From the inside, the battle is desperation and terror and the stomach-churning certainty that the whole galaxy is trying to kill you. Across the remnants of the Republic, stunned beings watch in horror as the battle unfolds live on the HoloNet. Everyone knows the war has been going badly. Everyone knows that more Jedi are killed or captured every day, that the Grand Army of the Republic has been pushed out of system after system. But this, a strike at the very heart of the Republic, an invasion of Coruscant itself. How can this happen? It's a nightmare, and no one can wake up. Live via HoloNet, beings watch the separatist droid army flood the government district. The coverage is filled with images of overmatched clone troopers cut down by remorselessly powerful destroyer droids in the halls of the Galactic Senate itself. A gasp of relief. The troopers seem to beat back the attack. There are hugs and even some quiet cheers in living rooms across the galaxy as the separatist forces retreat to their landers and streak for orbit. "We won!" beings tell each other. "We held them off!" But then new reports trickle in, only rumors at first, that the attack wasn't an invasion at all, that the separatists weren't trying to take the planet. This was a lightning raid on the Senate itself. The nightmare gets worse. The Supreme Chancellor is missing. Palpatine of Naboo, the most admired man in the galaxy, whose unmatched political skills have held the Republic together, whose personal integrity and courage prove that the separatist propaganda of corruption in the Senate is nothing but lies, whose charismatic leadership gives the whole Republic the will to fight on. Palpatine is more than respected. He is loved. Even the rumor of his disappearance strikes a dagger to the heart of every friend of the Republic. Every one of them knows it, in her heart, in his gut, in its very bones. Without Palpatine, the Republic will fall. And now, confirmation comes through, and the news is worse than anyone could have imagined. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine has been captured by the Separatists. And not just the Separatists. He's in the hands of General Grievous. Grievous is not like other leaders of the Separatists. Newt Gunray is treacherous and venal, but he's Nemoidian. Venality and treachery are expected, and in the Chancellor of the Trade Federation there are even virtues. Poggle the Lesser is Archduke of the Weapon Masters of Geonosis, where the war began. He is analytical and pitiless, but also pragmatic, reasonable, the political heart of the Separatist Confederacy. Count Dooku is known for his integrity, his principled stand against what he sees as corruption in the Senate. Though they believe he's wrong, many respect him for the courage of his mistaken convictions. These are hard beings, dangerous beings, ruthless and aggressive. General Grievous, though, Grievous is a monster. The Separatist Supreme Commander is an abomination of nature, a fusion of flesh and droid, and his droid parts have more compassion than what remains of his alien flesh. This half-living creature is a slaughterer of billions. Whole planets have burned at his command. He is the evil genius of the Confederacy, the architect of their victories, the author of their atrocities, and his Durasteel grip has closed upon Palpatine. He confirms the capture personally in a wide-band transmission from his command cruiser in the midst of the orbital battle. Beings across the galaxy watch and shudder and pray that they might wake up from this awful dream, because they know that what they're watching live on the HoloNet is the death of the Republic. Many among these beings break into tears. Many more reach out to comfort their husbands or wives, their creche mates or kin triads, and their younglings of all descriptions, from children to cubs to spawn fry. But here is a strange thing. Few of the younglings need comfort. It is instead the younglings who offer comfort to their elders. Across the Republic, in words or pheromones, in magnetic pulses, tentacle braids, or mental telepathy, the message from the younglings is the same. Don't worry. It'll be all right. Anakin and Obi-Wan will be there any minute. They say this as though these names can conjure miracles. Anakin and Obi-Wan, Kenobi and Skywalker. From the beginning of the Clone Wars, the phrase Kenobi and Skywalker has become a single word. They are everywhere. Holonet features of their operations against the Separatist enemy have made them the most famous Jedi in the galaxy. Younglings across the galaxy know their names, know everything about them, follow their exploits as though they are sports heroes instead of warriors in a desperate battle to save civilization. Even grown-ups are not immune. It's not uncommon for an exasperated parent to ask when faced with offspring who have just tried to pull off one of the spectacularly dangerous bits of foolishness that are the stock-in-trade of high-spirited younglings everywhere, so which were you supposed to be, Kenobi or Skywalker? Kenobi would rather talk than fight, but when there is fighting to be done, few can match him. Skywalker is the master of audacity. His intensity, boldness, and sheer jaw-dropping luck are the perfect complement to Kenobi's deliberate, balanced steadiness. Together, they are a Jedi hammer that has crushed separatist infestations on scores of worlds. All the younglings watching the battle in Coruscant's sky know it. When Anakin and Obi-Wan get there, those dirty seppers are going to wish they'd stayed in bed today. The adults know better, of course. It's part of what being a grown-up is. Understanding that heroes are created by the Holonet, and that the real-life Kenobi and Skywalker are only human beings, after all. Even if they really are everything the legends say they are, who's to say they'll show up in time? Who knows where they are right now? They might be trapped on some separatist backwater. They might be captured or wounded, even dead. Some of the adults even whisper to themselves, they might have fallen. Because the stories are out there. Not on the Holonet. Of course, the Holonet. News is under the control of the Office of the Supreme Chancellor. Not even Palpatine's renowned candor would allow tales like these to be told. But people hear whispers. Whispers of names that the Jedi would like to pretend never existed. Sora Bulk, Depa Billaba, Jedi who have fallen to the dark, who have joined the Separatists, or worse, who have massacred civilians or even murdered their comrades. The adults have a sickening suspicion that Jedi cannot be trusted. Not anymore. That even the greatest of them can suddenly just snap. The adults know that legendary heroes are merely legends and not heroes at all. These adults can take no comfort from their younglings. Palpatine is captured. Grievous will escape. The Republic will fall. No mere human beings can turn this tide. No mere human beings would even try. Not even Kenobi and Skywalker. And so it is that these adults across the galaxy watch the Holonet with ashes where their hearts should be. Ashes because they can't see two prismatic bursts of real space reversion far out beyond the planet's gravity well, because they can't see a pair of starfighters crisply jettison hyperdrive rings and streak into the storm of separatist vulture fighters with all guns blazing. A pair of starfighters. Jedi starfighters. Only two. Two is enough. Two is enough because the adults are wrong and their younglings are right. Though this is the end of the age of heroes, it has saved its best for last. This is such a cool book. I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. I absolutely love this book. This you might have noticed if you're a nerd and you know a lot about Star Wars, that Depa Billaba in canon, spoiler alert, did not turn to the dark side, and in fact was gunned down along with all other Jedi during Order 66. She was a Jedi to the end. But obviously in Legends, that is a little bit different. I don't actually know the full story of her. But I know it's not the same in canon. In canon, I think she was given a different role to play in canon. More spoilers for that. You should definitely watch Rebels if you want to know more about that. Or Bad Batch. She also she shows up there in the first episode of the first season. Only the first one, though. Another spoiler alert. But yes, Depa Bilaba's fate is very different in canon than in Legends. So obviously, you can understand here that if you know this, it's not going to be it's not. This is not a canon book. This is a Legends book, and yet at the same time, not for like the world building and like the lore details and stuff, but for the character analysis alone, I would urgently foist this book on anyone who enjoys Star Wars. Matthew Stover is an absolute genius with the way he has analyzed these characters. And yes, you'll notice that a lot of this language is probably the most dramatic that it can be, which leans into the idea that Star Wars is a space opera, of course. But what he does with how he describes, I mean, his first description of Obi-Wan will just like it'll absolutely describe what kind of writer he is if it's not clear enough from here. But it's really just a fantastically written book. Even if some of the fates of the characters are slightly different. I'm going to be reading this to its completion on stream because I really, really want to. Not right now. I'm going to read a little bit longer, and then we're going to do some requests from people in my Discord chat. And if I can find the books, I will. So we'll see. For now, let's read on. Also, yes, taters, it is interesting. I agree. And I shall continue. So here we go. Also, I'm fairly sure, like, I wonder if I should use this for now. Because I do have, like, some pretty cool things that I can use for this. I think I'll do this for the next stream, since it's a bit too, what should I say? A little too experimental for now. When I've worked it out in test, then I'll do it in stream. Oh, it was Depa Bilaba. I thought I misheard. Yeah, no, it is her. It is Depa Bilaba. Yeah. Apparently I don't, like I said, I don't actually know her fate in Legends. You know what? I'm going to find out. Let's see. Star Wars Depa Bilaba Legends. Let's see what happens to Depa Bilaba in Legends. I need to depart to finish work and take care of puppies, but it was so nice to join. Bye! Bye! Thank you for joining. I hope you have fun. Everything's yellow. Hold on a sec. Ah, there we go. Okay, Depa Bilaba in Legends. I love this POV of the Jedi from the citizens and the younglings. Yes, I do too. It's such a unique perspective. Obviously, we see all of the stories from the perspective of the main characters. It's really nice to see them from the sidelines, and it makes Episode 3 feel more like a TV show than like a movie, because in the movie they can only fit so much in, but this book can really take its time and expand upon things. So it really does. If I'm imagining it visually, I'm quite visual especially with Star Wars. If I visualize what's going on in the book, it feels a lot more like an episodic telling of Episode 3 in a way. But yeah, so Depa, Force-sensitive female Chalactan Jedi Master serving the Jedi Order during the final years, trained by Master of the Order Mace Windu, and appointed to the High Council. Bilaba was considered one of the most enlightened Jedi of her time, and had earned her seat in the High Council, having mastered the difficult Vapid lightsaber form. What? In Legends, she did Mace Windu's form? That's so cool. She became one of its few practitioners, and one of only 3 masters of the form. That's amazing. Although, if she mastered Vapid, she's probably the cautionary tale of why you shouldn't learn it, because she probably fell to the dark side. Bilaba's final mission took her to the war-ravaged world of Harun Kal, where she was to aid in an uprising against the CIS. While conducting the mission, Bilaba fell to the dark side, going mad in the process. When her former master sought her out, she attacked him after a prolonged hunt, resulting in her falling into a comatose state. Yeah, so in Legends, that's what happened to her. I don't think it's the same as canon. In fact, I'm pretty sure she never, like, there was no dark side at all, ever. Here we go. Yep, that's it. Yeah, she never fell to the dark side at all in canon, so it's just in Legends. Damn, this green screen is so cool. I love just sitting inside the browser window. Oh, genius. Genius purchase. Okay, right, let's keep going. So, we go in. Stay hydrated. And this is where you get a character analysis as well. Here we go. Part 1. Victory. The dark is generous. Its first gift is concealment. Our true faces lie in the dark beneath our skins. Our true hearts remain shadowed deeper still. But the greatest concealment lies not in protecting our secret truths, but in hiding from us the truths of others. The dark protects us from what we dare not know. Its second gift is comforting illusion, the ease of gentle dreams in night's embrace, the beauty that imagination brings to what would repel in day's harsh light. But the greatest of its comforts is the illusion that the dark is temporary, that every night brings a new day, because it is day that is temporary. Day is the illusion. Its third gift is the light itself, as days are defined by the nights that divide them, as stars are defined by the infinite black through which they wheel. The dark embraces the light, and it brings it forth from the center of its own self. With each victory of the light, it is the dark that wins. Anakin and Obi-Wan. 1. Anti-fighter flak flashed on all sides, even louder than the clatter of shrapnel and the snarl of his sublight drives. His cockpit hummed and rang with near hits from the turbolaser fire of the capital ships crowding space around him. Sometimes his whirling, spinning dive through the cloud of battle-skimmed bursts so closely that the energy scatter would slam his starfighter hard enough to bounce his head off the supports of his pilot's chair. Right now, Obi-Wan Kenobi envied the clones. At least they had helmets. R4, he said on internal comm, can't you do something with the inertials? The droid ganged into the socket on his starfighter's left wing, whistled something that sounded suspiciously like a human apology. Obi-Wan's frown deepened. R4P17 had been spending too much time with Anakin's eccentric astromech. It was picking up R2-D2's bad habits. New bursts of flak bracketed his path. He reached into the Force, feeling for a safe channel through the swarms of shrapnel and sizzling nets of particle beams. There wasn't one. He locked a snarl behind his teeth, twisting his starfighter around another explosion that could have peeled its armor like an overripe Ithorian starfruit. He hated this part. Hated it. Flying's for droids. His cockpit speakers crackled. There isn't a droid made that can outfly you, Master. He could still be surprised by the depth of that voice, the calm confidence, the maturity. It seemed that only last week Anakin had been a 10-year-old who wouldn't stop pestering him about Form 1 lightsaber combat. Was that Anakin or Obi-Wan there? Sorry, he muttered, kicking into a dive that slipped a turbolaser burst by no more than a meter. Was that out loud? Wouldn't matter if it wasn't. I know what you're thinking. Do you? He looked up through the cockpit canopy to find his one-time Padawan flying inverted, mirroring him so closely that but for the transparasteel between them, they might have shaken hands. Obi-Wan smiled up at him. Some new gift of the Force? Not the Force, Master. Experience. That's what you're always thinking. Obi-Wan kept hoping to hear some of Anakin's old cocky grin in his tone, but he never did. Not since Jabim. Perhaps not since Geonosis. The war had burned it out of him. Obi-Wan still tried, now and again, to spark a real smile in his former Padawan, and Anakin still tried to answer. They both still tried to pretend the war hadn't changed them. Ah! Obi-Wan took a hand from the starfighter's control yoke to direct his upside-down friend's attention forward. Dead ahead, a blue-white point of light splintered into 4 laser-straight trails of ion drives. And what does experience tell you we should be doing about those incoming tri-fighters? That we should break right? Obi-Wan was already making that exact move as Anakin spoke. But they were inverted to each other. Breaking right shot him one way, while Anakin whipped the other. The tri-fighters' cannons ripped space between them, tracking faster than starfighters could slip. His onboard threat display chimed a warning. 2 of the droids had remote sensor locks on him. The others must have lit up his partner. Anakin, slip jaws! My thought exactly. They blew past the tri-fighters, looping in evasive spirals. The droid ships wrenched themselves into pursuit maneuvers that would have killed any living pilot. The slipjaws maneuver was named for the scissor-like mandibles of the Kashyyyk spider. Droids closing rapidly on their tails, cannon fire stitching space on all sides, the 2 Jedi pulled their ships through perfectly mirrored rolls that sent them streaking head-on for each other from opposite ends of a vast Republic cruiser. For merely human pilots, this would be suicide. By the time you can see your partner's starfighter streaking towards you at a respectable fraction of light speed, it's already too late for your merely human reflexes to react. But these particular pilots were far from merely human. The Force nudged hands on control yokes, and the Jedi starfighters twisted and flashed past each other, belly to belly, close enough to scorch each other's paint. Tri-fighters were the Trade Federation's latest space superiority droid, but even the electronic reflexes of the Tri-fighters' droid brains were too slow for this. One of his pursuers met one of Anakin's head-on. Both vanished in a blossom of flame. The shockwave of debris and expanding gas rocked Obi-Wan. He fought the control yoke, barely keeping his starfighter out of a tumble that would have smeared him across the cruiser's ventral hull. Before he could straighten out, his threat display chimed again. Oh, marvelous, he muttered under his breath. Anakin's surviving pursuer had switched targets. Why is it always me? Perfect. Through the cockpit speakers, Anakin's voice carried grim satisfaction. Both of them are on your tail. Perfect is not the word I'd use. Obi-Wan twisted his yoke, juking madly as space around him flared scarlet. We have to split them up. Break left. Anakin sounded calm as a stone. The turbo laser tower off your port bow. Thread its guns. I'll take things from there. Easy for you to say. Obi-Wan whipped sideways across the cruiser's superstructure. Fire from the pursuing tri-fighters blasted burning chunks from the cruiser's armor. Why am I always the bait? I'm right behind you. R2, lock on. Obi-Wan spun his starfighter between the recoiling turbo cannons close enough that energy scatter made his cockpit clang like a gong, but still cannon fire flashed past him from the tri-fighters behind. Anakin, they're all over me! Dead ahead. Move to the right to clear my shot. Now! Obi-Wan flared his port jets, and the starfighter kicked to the right. One of the tri-fighters behind him decided it couldn't follow and went for a ventral slip that took it directly into the blasts from Anakin's cannons. It vanished in a boil of superheated gas. Good shooting, R2. Anakin's dry chuckle in the cockpit speakers vanished behind the clang of lasers blasting ablative shielding off Obi-Wan's left wing. I'm running out of tricks here! Clearing the vast Republic cruiser put him on course for the curving hull of one of the Trade Federation's battleships. Space between the 2 capital ships blazed with turbolaser exchanges. Some of those flashing energy blasts were as big around as his entire ship. The merest graze would blow him to atoms. Obi-Wan dived right in. He had the Force to guide him, though, and the tri-fighter had only its electronic reflexes, but those electronic reflexes operated at roughly the speed of light. It stayed on his tail as if he were dragging it by a tow cable. When Obi-Wan went left and Anakin right, the tri-fighter would swing halfway through the difference. The same with up and down. It was averaging his movements with Anakin's. Somehow its droid brain has realized that as long as it stayed between the 2 Jedi, Anakin couldn't fire on it without hitting his partner. The tri-fighter was under no similar restraint. Obi-Wan flew through a storm of scarlet needles. No wonder we're losing the war, he muttered. They're getting smarter. What was that, Master? I didn't copy. Obi-Wan kicked his starfighter into a tight spiral toward the Federation cruiser. I'm taking the deck! Good idea. I need some room to maneuver. Cannon fire tracked closer. Obi-Wan's cockpit speakers buzzed. Cut right, Obi-Wan! Hard right! Don't let him get a handle on you! R2, lock on! Obi-Wan's starfighter streaked along the curve of the Separatist cruiser's dorsal hull. Anti-fighter flak burst on all sides as the cruiser's guns tried to pick him up. He rolled a right wing over into the service trench that stretched the length of the cruiser's hull. This low and close to the deck, the cruiser's anti-fighter guns couldn't depress the angle of their fire enough to get a shot, but the tri-fighter stayed right on his tail. At the far end of the service trench, the massive support buttresses of the cruiser's towering bridge left no room for even Obi-Wan's small craft. He kicked his starfighter into a half roll that whipped him out of the trench and shot him straight up the tower's angled leading edge. One burst of his underjets jerked him past the forward viewpoints of the bridge with only meters to spare, and the tri-fighter followed his path exactly. Of course, he muttered. That would have been too easy. Anakin, where are you? One of the control surfaces on his left wing shattered in a burst of plasma. It felt like being shot in the arm. He toggled switches, fighting the yoke. R4P-17 shrilled at him. Obi-Wan keyed internal comm. Don't try to fix it, R4. I've shut it down. I have the lock, Anakin said. Go. Firing now. Obi-Wan hit maximum drag on his intact wing, and his starfighter shot into a barely controlled arc, high and right, as Anakin's cannons vaporized the last tri-fighter. Obi-Wan fired retros to stall his starfighter in the blind spot behind the Separatist cruiser's bridge. He hung there for a few seconds to get his breathing and heart under control. Thanks, Anakin. Thanks. That's all. Don't thank me, it was R2 shooting. Yes, I suppose if you like, you can thank your droid for me as well. And, Anakin? Yes, Master? Next time, you're the bait. That was cool. I like that. Oh, the voice. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like them. I decided spring of the moment. I literally, at the start, I was like, you know, when you, I don't know if you've ever if you've ever done out loud readings before, but whenever I out loud read, I end up thinking about whenever their voice is coming, I end up going, oh shit, am I going to have to do these? Oh shit, I'm going to have to do voices. Oh God. And then as it comes, I'm like, am I going to do it? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Okay, I'm going to do it. Fuck it. And then I do it. But I think it worked okay. The only, I've recently watched the Clone Wars, so the most recent reference I have are Clone Wars voices. But yeah. Excellent. If there's any music request that you think I should do, because honestly, the problem is I would obviously want to put Star Wars music on, but that's copyrighted to hell and back, so I can't exactly do that. But yeah, if you like, put music on your side. And, you know, the Battle of Coruscant works perfectly for this if you just put it on repeat. It's the one that goes dun, 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 dun. It's the one that starts with drums. At the beginning of episode 3, just after the text scroll, you hear this boom, 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 boom. And then it starts with like this military style, the Force theme. It's fantastic. Okay, we're going to end with one of my favorite paragraphs in the whole thing, a description of Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's incredible. So cool. And then we're gonna go to possibly one other thing that was requested in the Discord. Okay, here we go. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi, a phenomenal pilot who doesn't like to fly, a devastating warrior who'd rather not fight, a negotiator without peer who frankly prefers to sit alone in a quiet cave and meditate. Jedi Master, General in the Grand Army of the Republic, member of the Jedi Council, and yet inside, he feels like he's none of these things. Inside, he still feels like a Padawan. It is a truism of the Jedi Order that a Jedi Knight's education truly begins only when he becomes a master, that everything important about being a master is learned from one student. Obi-Wan feels the truth of this every day. He sometimes dreams of when he was a Padawan, in fact, as well as feeling. He dreams that his own master, Qui-Gon Jinn, did not die at the plasma-fueled generator core in Theed. He dreams that his master's wise guiding hand is still with him. But Qui-Gon's death is an old pain, one with which he long ago came to terms. A Jedi does not cling to the past. And Obi-Wan Kenobi knows, too, that to have lived his life without being master to Anakin Skywalker would have left him a different man. a lesser man. Anakin has taught him so much. Obi-Wan sees so much of Qui-Gon in Anakin that sometimes it hurts his heart. At the very least, Anakin mirrors Qui-Gon's flair for the dramatic and his casual disregard for rules. Training Anakin, and fighting beside him all these years, has unlocked something inside Obi-Wan. It's as though Anakin has rubbed off on him a bit, and has loosened that clenched jaw insistence on absolute correctness that Qui-Gon always said was his greatest flaw. Obi-Wan Kenobi has learned to relax. He smiles now, and sometimes even jokes, and has become known for the wisdom gentle humor can provide. Though he does not know it, his relationship with Anakin has molded him into the great Jedi Qui-Gon always said he might someday be. It is characteristic of Obi-Wan that he is entirely unaware of this. Being named to the council came as a complete surprise. Even now, he is sometimes astonished by the faith that the Jedi Council has in his abilities and the credit they give to his wisdom. Greatness was never his ambition. He wants only to perform whatever task he is given to the best of his ability. He is respected throughout the Jedi Order for his insight as well as his warrior skill. He has become the hero of the next generation of Padawans. He is the Jedi their masters hold up as a model. He is the being that the Council assigns to their most important missions. He is modest, centered, and always kind. He is the ultimate Jedi. And he is proud to be Anakin Skywalker's best friend. And I think that's where we'll keep it. There's a lot more to do that. So we'll stop at the end of Obi-Wan's thing. Oh, lo-fi Star Wars music. Excellent choice. I'm too scared to request any music. Even the royalty-free stuff gets flagged now. Yeah, it's such a pity. What you can do on Twitch, I used to be able to do this, but I'm not doing Twitch anymore. I used to be able to, I was working up to it. You can actually there's like a Spotify widget, and even though it's not showing on stream, you can sync your Spotify. You can sync your Spotify listening thing together. You can show what you're doing. Instead, what you can do is, if we'd all like to listen to the same thing together, I will just add. I can listen to it on Discord. You can join me on Discord, and we can also and I can just mute the Discord thing in stream, and we can just have music playing just for us. So if you like, we can do it that way too. So yeah, feel free to join the Discord if you feel like it, and we can listen to some music. For now, though, we'll be done with the Star Wars thing for now. The Discord you can find down below. I'll paste a link to it here quickly. I need to open up a browser to do this. Hold on, let's go back to my chatting quickly. New pinned chat. I can now pin a message to the top of my chat. Oh, that's so cool. Can I now? Ah, okay. So I actually can't send here. I have to send over here. Okay, cool. I'll send that here. Let me just copy the Discord link. There are a couple of people in here. Hang on. Never generate copy. Done. There are a couple of people in here that that are my friends already. So it's not. There are no strangers yet. Shall I put it that way? No viewers that have literally just come from the stream. So you'll be in good company. But yeah, there's the Discord. Click the link and you'll be taken through. Excellent. And then you can go to you can click on role selection in the important stuff. Click on all the reactions, and my fancy bot will take you to wherever you need to go. Right now it's still fairly quiet, but the everyone chats are kind of popping. So so yeah, we got to give it some time. It was created, a few days ago. So so yeah, but welcome, and hope you'll have a good time. For now, let's see. You can click multiple roles as well if you're down for reading stuff. If you're down for There's what else is there? There's music there. There's teaching stuff. There's tabletop stuff. I see you've taken the tabletop stuff as well. Ah, there we go. Oh, cool. You like teaching as well. Are you a teacher by any chance? And also, we're going to do a stream request read. So let's have a look. Stream requests. Okay. Someone says the first chapter of Magician by Raymond Feast. Has anyone read Magician by Raymond Feast? I haven't read it. I'm a homeschooling parent, if that counts. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, yeah, that counts. I would say so. That seems like an even harder job than regular parent. So, kudos. How old are your students then? By homeschooling parent, do you mean homeschooling your own kids or homeschooling and a parent at the same time? Because, I mean, if you're a homeschooler, because I know that a lot of homeschools, like, are for different people's kids. So it's not like your parents teach you. Like, I've got a cousin who does homeschool, but he's not, like, homeschooled by his parents. He gets homeschooled by, like, a homeschool organization, and then people come to his home and teach him. So are you one of those, or... Ooh, 10, 8... Ah, your own kids, okay. 10, 8, and 6. Oh, cute, man. That's so cute. I love kids so much. Grades 4, 2, and kindergarten. Lovely. Very, very cool. Okay. Yeah, that would be about the same age for me. Yeah, I'm just trying to think how it reacts. If you're in Canada or the US, I'm trying to think how the ages correspond. They're the same in my home country of South Africa, and I think also the same ages in Korea as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Oh, so cute. So cute. My favorite, if I'll be honest, my favorite would probably be the 10-year-old. In my teaching experience, I like teaching the middle, like just on the edge of elementary and just beginning, like starting middle school. Those are like my favorites. But I will say, there's no end of cuteness that comes from the younger kids. That's for sure. Oh, another hand touches the beacon. Amazing. Right. Has anyone read The Magician? Magician by what's his name? I just read it earlier. Excuse me. Magician by Raymond Feast. Has anyone read that? Oh, my day is full of cutes. Your life sounds great. The Magician. Was it The Magician or just Magician? Okay, well, we'll just say Magician. Magician, Raymond Feast, Chapter 1. Let's see if I can read Chapter 1 for free. Is there an excerpt? Ooh, I can read excerpts. Okay, that's a review. Let's look at the... I want to read an excerpt. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, cool. This is the first chapter. All right, let's read Magician. So this is called Magician Apprentice by Raymond E. Feist, not Feast. My friend misspelled it. Yes, let's see. And what is it about? I have no idea. You know what? We're going to read it together and find out. Just a moment while I become part of the book again. Nope, that's wrong. Hold on, I need to put the... Ah, there we go. If I put this on, does it... Ah, interesting. Okay. Yeah. So I'm now using studio mode where my live is different from my editing. So fancy. Okay, yes, done. Good. Studio mode, go away. Ah, excellent. We should be on there now. Let me just change that one more time. Cool. Let's have a look. Okay. So we're on The Magician Apprentice. It's cool. It's a cool book cover. Where's this? Let's see. Oh, that's too small. It doesn't matter. I wanted to look at it as a bigger image. Okay. I have no idea what this is about. I'm presuming it's about magician. So here we go. Chapter 1. Storm. The storm had broken. Pug danced along the edge of the rocks, his feet finding scant purchase as he made his way among the tide pools. His dark eyes darted about as he peered into each pool under the cliff face, seeking the spiny creatures driven to the shallows by the recently passed storm. His boyish muscles bunched under his light shirt as he shifted the sack of sand crawlers, rock claws, and crabs plucked from this water garden. The afternoon sun sent sparkles through the sea spray swirling around him as the west wind blew his sun-streaked brown hair about. Pug set his sack down, checked to make sure it was securely tied, then squatted on a clear patch of sand. The sack was not quite full, but Pug relished the extra hour or so that he could relax. Megar the cook wouldn't trouble him about the time, as long as the sack was almost full. Resting with his back against a large rock, Pug was soon dozing in the sun's warmth. A cool, wet spray woke him hours later. He opened his eyes with a start, knowing he'd stayed much too long. Westward, over the sea, dark thunderheads were forming above the black outline of the Six Sisters, the small islands on the horizon. The roiling, surging clouds, with rain trailing below like some sooty veil, heralded another of the sudden storms common to this part of the coast in early summer. To the south, the high bluffs of Sailor's Reef reared up against the sky as waves crashed against the base of that rocky pinnacle. Whitecaps started to form behind the breakers, a sure sign the storm would quickly strike. Pug knew he was in danger, for the storms of summer could drown anyone on the beaches, or if severe enough, on the low ground beyond. He picked up his sack and started north toward the castle. As he moved among the pools, he felt the coolness in the wind turn to a deeper, wetter cold. The day began to be broken by a patchwork of shadows as the first clouds passed before the sun, bright colors fading to shades of gray. Out to sea, lightning flashed against the blackness of the clouds, and the distant boom of thunder rode over the noise of the waves. Pug picked up speed when he came to the first stretch of open beach. The storm was coming in faster than he would have thought possible, driving the rising tide before it. By the time he reached the second stretch of tide pools, there were barely 10 feet of dry sand between water's edge and cliffs. Pug hurried as fast as was safe across the rocks, twice nearly catching his foot. As he reached the next expanse of sand, he mistimed his jump from the last rock and landed poorly. He fell to the side, grasping his ankle. As if waiting for the mishap, the tide surged forward, covering him for a moment. He reached out blindly and felt his sack carried away. Frantically grabbing at it, Pug lunged forward, only to have his ankle fail. He went under, gulping water. He raised his head, sputtering and coughing. He started to stand when a second wave, higher than the last, hit him in the chest, knocking him backward. Pug had grown up playing in the waves and was an experienced swimmer, but the pain of his ankle and the battering of the waves were bringing him to the edge of panic. He fought it off and came up for air as the wave receded. He half swam, half scrambled toward the cliff face, knowing the water would only be inches deep there. Pug reached the cliffs and leaned against them, keeping as much weight off the injured ankle as possible. He inched along the rock wall, while each wave brought the water higher. When Pug finally reached a place where he could make his way upward, water was swirling at his waist. He had to use all his strength to pull himself up to the path. He lay panting a moment, then started to crawl up the pathway, unwilling to trust his bulky ankle on this rocky footing. The first drops of rain began to fall as he scrambled along, bruising knees and shins on the rocks until he reached the grassy top of the bluffs. Pug fell forward, exhausted, panting from the exertion of the climb. The scattered drops grew into a light but steady rain. When he'd caught his breath, Pug sat up and examined the swollen ankle. It was tender to the touch, but he was reassured when he could move it. It was not broken. He would have to limp the entire way back, but with the threat of drowning on the beach behind him, he felt relatively buoyant. Pug would be a drenched, chilled wretch when he reached the town. He would have to find a lodging there, for the gates of the castle would be closed for the night, and with his tender ankle he would not attempt to climb the wall behind the stables. Besides, should he wait and slip into the keep the next day, only Megar would have words for him. But if he was caught coming over the wall, Swordmaster Fannin or Horsemaster Algan would certainly have a lot worse in store for him than words. While he rested, the rain took on an insistent quality, and the sky darkened, as the late afternoon sun was completely engulfed in storm clouds. His momentary relief was replaced with anger at himself for losing the sack of sandcrawlers. His displeasure doubled when he considered his folly at falling asleep. Had he remained awake, he would have made the return trip unhurriedly, would not have sprained his ankle, and would have had time to explore the stream bed above the bluffs for the smooth stones he prized so dearly for slinging. Now there would be no stones, and it would be at least another week before he could return. If Magar didn't send another boy instead, which was likely now that he was returning empty-handed. Pug's attention shifted to the discomfort of sitting in the rain, and he decided it was time to move on. He stood and tested his ankle. It protested such treatment, but he could get along on it. He limped over the grass to where he'd left his belongings, and picked up his rucksack, staff, and sling. He swore an oath he'd heard soldiers at the keep use when he found the rucksack ripped apart and his bread and cheese missing. Raccoons, or possibly sand lizards, he thought. He tossed the now useless sack aside and wondered at his misfortune. Taking a deep breath, he leaned on his staff as he started across the low rolling hills that divided the bluffs from the road. Stands of small trees were scattered over the landscape, and Pug regretted there wasn't more substantial shelter nearby, for there was none upon the bluffs. He would be no wetter for trudging to town than for staying under a tree. The wind picked up, and Pug felt the first cold bite against his wet back. He shivered and hurried his pace as well as he could. The small trees started to bend before the wind, and Pug felt as if a great hand were pushing at his back. Reaching the road, he turned north. He heard the eerie sound of the great forest off to the east, the wind whistling through the branches of the ancient oaks, adding to its already foreboding aspect. The dark glades of the forest were probably no more perilous than the King's Road, but remembered tales of outlaws and other, less human malefactors stirred the hairs on the boy's neck. Cutting across the King's Road, Pug gained a little shelter in the gully that ran alongside it. The wind intensified, and rain stung his eyes, bringing tears to already wet cheeks. A gust caught him, and he stumbled off balance for a moment. Water was gathering in the roadside gully, and he had to step carefully to keep from losing his footing in unexpectedly deep puddles. For nearly an hour he made his way through the ever-growing storm. The road turned northwest, bringing him almost full face into the howling wind. Pug leaned into the wind, his shirt whipping out behind him. He swallowed hard to force down the choking panic rising within him. He knew he was in danger now, for the storm was gaining in fury far beyond normal for this time of year. Great ragged bolts of lightning lit the dark landscape, briefly outlining the trees and road in harsh, brilliant white and opaque black. The dazzling after-images, black and white reversed, stayed with him for a moment each time, confusing his senses. Enormous thunder peals sounding overhead felt like physical blows. Now his fear of the storm outweighed his fear of imagined brigands and goblins. He decided to walk among the trees near the road. The wind would be lessened somewhat by the boles of the oaks. As Pug closed upon the forest, a crashing sound brought him to a halt. In the gloom of the storm, he could barely make out the form of a black forest boar as it burst out of the undergrowth. The pig tumbled from the brush, lost its footing, then scrambled to its feet a few yards away. Pug could see it clearly as it stood there regarding him, swinging its head from side to side. Two large tusks seemed to glow in the dim light as they dripped rainwater. Fear made its eyes wide, and it pawed at the ground. The forest pigs were bad-tempered at best, but normally avoided humans. This one was panic-stricken by the storm, and Pug knew if it charged, he could be badly gored, even killed. Standing stock-still, Pug made ready to swing his staff, but hoped the pig would return to the woods. The boar's head raised, testing the boy's smell on the wind. Its pink eyes seemed to glow as it trembled with indecision. A sound made it turn towards the trees for a moment. Then it dropped its head and charged. Pug swung his staff, bringing it down in a glancing blow to the side of the pig's head, turning it. The pig slid sideways in the muddy footing, hitting Pug in the legs. He went down as the pig slipped past. Lying on the ground, Pug saw the boar skitter about as it turned to charge again. Suddenly, the pig was upon him, and Pug had no time to stand. He thrust the staff before him in a vain attempt to turn the animal again. The boar dodged the staff, and Pug tried to roll away, but a weight fell across his body. Pug covered his face with his hands, keeping his arms close to his chest, expecting to be gored. After a moment, he realized the pig was still. Uncovering his face, he discovered the pig, lying across his lower legs, a black, feathered, cloth-yard arrow protruding from its side. Pug looked toward the forest. A man garbed in brown leather was standing near the edge of the trees, quickly wrapping a yeoman's longbow with an oilcloth cover. Once the valuable weapon was protected from further abuse by the weather, the man crossed to stand over the boy and beast. He was cloaked and hooded, his face hidden. He knelt next to Pug and shouted over the sound of the wind. "You right, boy?" as he lifted the dead boar easily from Pug's legs. "Bones broken?" "I don't think so," Pug yelled back, taking account of himself. His right side smarted and his legs felt equally bruised. With his ankle still tender, he was feeling ill-used today, but nothing seemed broken or permanently damaged. Large, meaty hands lifted him to his feet. "Here," the man commanded, handing him his staff and the bow. Pug took them while the stranger quickly gutted the boar with a large hunter's knife. He completed his work and turned to Pug. "Come with me, boy. You'd best lodge with my master and me. It's not far, but we best hurry. The storm will get worse before it's over. Can you walk?" Taking an unsteady step, Pug nodded. Without a word, the man shouldered the pig and took his bow. "Come," he said, as he turned toward the forest. He set off at a brisk pace, which Pug had to scramble to match. The forest cut the fury of the storm so little that conversation was impossible. A lightning flash lit the scene for a moment, and Pug caught a glimpse of the man's face. Pug tried to remember if he'd seen the stranger before. He had the look common to the hunters and foresters that lived in the forest of Cryde, large-shouldered, tall, and solidly built. He had dark hair and beard and the raw, weather-beaten appearance of one who spends most of his time outdoors. For a few fanciful moments, the boy wondered if he might be some member of an outlaw band, hiding in the heart of the forest. He gave up the notion, for no outlaw would trouble himself with an obviously penniless keep boy. Remembering the man had mentioned having a master, Pug suspected he was a franklin, one who lived on the estate of a landholder. He would be in the holder's service, but not bound to him as a bondsman. The franklins were freeborn, giving a share of crop or herd in exchange for use of the land. He must be freeborn. No bondsman would be allowed to carry a longbow, for they were much too valuable and dangerous. Still, Pug couldn't remember any land holdings in the forest. It was a mystery to the boy, but the toll of the day's abuses was quickly driving away any curiosity. That sounds like a book that I would like to read, actually. Sounds right up my alley. You know what I like about this? This is copyrighted, 1993. This looks like a pretty classic sort of fantasy adventure. But man, that was cool. I like that. What I like about this is because it's such a classic, it's got a really charming, like, older style of writing. I don't know if you can pick up on it, but if you've read enough fantasy books, you can kind of tell when something has been written a long time ago. It's like there's like a writing style of that time of fantasy books that I can definitely pinpoint. That gets different as I don't know what it is. I can't pinpoint to like how the language modernizes, but it does as you write fantasy sort of later on. Authors here in this time had like a really specific way of writing fantasy, especially medieval fantasy. Super, super cool. My favorite part about this is how the world building is subtle. It's not. What I try and balance with my own writing is when I world build, I want to try. You read some authors that just constantly throw unknown terms at you and just hope that you're just gonna stay along for it, and some that don't throw any at you. and just kind of you have to put in the pieces yourself. What I really like about this is that he's taking time to explain them, of course, from the perspective of a younger, more inexperienced character like Pug is a much more natural way of putting mental exposition in our heads, because it feels like Pug is thinking about it, which is great, rather than him just kind of explaining it to us. But I think what's cool about this is that when you get unknown when you get unknown values of whatever the world of the magician exists here, whatever he gives you, the terms that he gives you are not just explained, but they're said in a way that's easy for you to follow. So yeah, a very easy read. I like this. This was cool. I think I'm actually going to add this to my read list. That was great. All right, if you're still here, I absolutely appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Let me just put on some music. Let's see here. Let's put on this stuff. That should be fine. Ooh, I think I'll enjoy this. Yeah, very cool. If you're still here with me, we've just passed the 2-hour mark. We are here for, yes! We're here for another 2 hours. We're going to start off with some gaming when we come back after the break. Thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate you being here. And if you're watching the VOD afterwards, thank you for watching that as well. My links are all down below if you want to check me out during the break. You can come and join the Discord at any time and come and chat with me. I'm hanging out in Discord chat right now during the break as well. So, yeah, please feel free to come and say hi if you want to. And other than that, I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Do you hear the music change? That's right. It's time for more Outer Worlds. If you are new to watching an Outer Worlds stream, it's where I teach about capitalism, or rather the cautions of it, and introduce people to the wonderful world of leftist politics, while I play a game about it, because this game is probably the most on-the-nose anti-capitalist plot that I have ever seen. So, let's see. I'm still in the options menu. Let me get out of that so you can see the main menu. There you go. Wow, the Outer Worlds. I'm so sad that in chat, like on the stream, it doesn't... It says person turquoise waving instead of the actual emoji. I'm still wondering about that. So the reason is, with my chat box, it says that after the stream is over, you'll still be able to see it. So I'm thinking of just taking the chat box away for now, because if you can still see it from the outside, maybe you can still see chat in there. Either way, I'm gonna turn it off for now. Well, actually, rather than this, I just hide it. There we go. This. See, I loved being part of the browser, but I love. Oh, my green screen appeared. Did you see it just for a second in the top corner there? Hang on, that way. Hold on. Can you? I need to. There we go. There you go. Yeah. If I manipulate it at a certain angle, it works. Hold on. I'm not touching it at all. It's literally just the lighting. Like, if the lighting changes a little bit, it like, there you go. Oh, I thought it wasn't going to go back for a second. Okay, it's fine. Right. Welcome to the Outer Worlds. Yeah, just to kind of recap, we are a... It's like a sci-fi fantasy thing, as you can probably tell with the existence of the ship. I'm gonna turn this down just a tad. Actually no, it should be fine. Let's just continue and see what happens. So essentially, if you don't know much about this game, I was on a colony ship on the way to another planet from Earth, from like the original Earth. And essentially what has happened, I was scheduled to arrive on a colony ship, and my colony ship stopped, like it malfunctioned, something happened, and I can't remember what the name of the ship is, but it'll be there somewhere. And essentially, oh, hello. Oh, are you testing the chat box? I disabled the chat box in stream. Ha! What's the latency like, by the way? If you can like say yes when I clap my hands, and we'll test the latency, because I've set it on ultra low, but I want to see. Ready? I'm gonna try that again. Okay. Just say the word yes in chat when you can hear my clapping. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Sorry, microphone. Ooh, that's long. That's a huge delay. What the hell? Is there a lot of buffering or something? Ooh, that's actually not good. If I get yeses in like... Ooh. Okay. Hold on a second then. Can I switch over to like... Oh, I can't change this through the stream. See, I have it on ultra low latency, which is supposed to be super real-time like feedback at the cost of performance, but I don't really mind about that. Does anyone have like... Is everyone there? Because if you're here, to quickly test the feedback of things. Does the stream quality work for... You know what? I can test it here. I'm such a moron. Let me just... Hold on. Let's go here. Nice. Let's see. Just mute this as soon as possible. Come on. There we go. Okay. And we're gonna see. Where? Did you just post that now? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Whoa! Your latency is not true. How? Because when I'm watching on mine, I'm literally watching it in like it's like 2 seconds. Whoa! Okay, well that explains a lot. I'm not sure why. Is there a lot of buffering? Is the stream quality bad, or how does it work? Taters, how's yours? I'm now doubting whether everyone can hear me at the same time. This is just a random test. I'll get back to the game in a sec. While that's working, essentially my colony ship froze, and everyone in there was stuck in stasis for a while. I think it's an issue on my end. There's no buffering, but also my chat keeps crashing. So, ooh. Maybe I'll, next time, just in case, I'll switch to low latency instead of ultra low latency. That might be an issue. But we'll see. It also might be the quality of my stream that I'm streaming at, because I'm streaming at 1080p. Could be. I'm also streaming at 60 frames per second. Maybe my bitrate is too high. I don't know. How's your internet speed? Because if your internet speed is not fast enough, then it could be harming things. And I'm willing to change that if it means that you can watch like more stably. But yes. So my ship didn't crash. It just had a malfunction somewhere. And I was asleep for a while. And then I was woken up by a mysterious guy who I learned later is wanted by like a ton of by like the whole system that I was meant to go to. He woke me up, and he didn't really tell me why. He just said I need to do something for him because he woke me up. So I did. And basically now, long story short, I discovered a planet which is hyper-capitalist, governed by a monopolistic company called Space's Choice, which owns everything. And essentially they just... I now need to find a way off. I have a ship now. From the previous captain, who is now dead, because I landed on him with my escape pod because he stood directly under it like an idiot. It actually happened, true story. And now I'm looking for something to fuel my ship. I need like a power converter to get my ship. But there are only 2 people who could give me one, and one of them is a capitalist overlord, the sort of leader of the town, the first town, which is just this dreary like factory working place. And the other place is the deserters of that place, who seem cool. Like, the game wants me to believe that they're like the good guys, but I feel like there's a little bit under the surface that I'm not seeing. But yeah, it froze up in the first few minutes before you came on, but it's been HD, no lag, no buffering since then. That's pretty cool. Okay, sweet. Yeah. Yeah, I read that 2 minutes late. So if I ignore it's not because I'm ignoring your messages. So I apologize in advance. If you want to chat to me real time, you can send me Discord messages as well. I'll happily read those. For now, I would like to check if there's a widget that I can use in my game. If there's like an overlay. There, game overlay. Enable game overlay. Show chat, show recent events, toggle positioning mode, overlay. Yeah. Right, we're going to have a look at that. Let's see what the stream overlay does. Well, there's nothing yet, so we'll see. Right, for now, let's get into it. So I have a really nice gun, and I've just
Wonder if the plague's ever gonna pass.
I've just left the church. So I'm currently in the town of Edgewater, which is the factory capitalist town. And I've just spoken to the Reverend who's just left. The Reverend asked me, well, the Vicar. He's gonna leave. The Vicar asked me to get a heretical book on something. And then it's in French. And because it's in French, he can't read French. So he has now decided to leave Edgewater and pursue more sort of revolutionary duties as a Vicar person. I'm going to move my camera just to the side because I want people to be able to see things. So I'm gonna put myself here. That's quite nice. Alternatively, what about the right? Oh God. What about the right-hand side? I can't be on the floor because that's my. Or I suppose you don't really need to see the stuff on the bottom left, do you? Yeah, you should be fine. It's not important stuff. Don't worry. Okay. Yes. I'm watching on my big screen and you're crisp and clear. My internet is 350 download. No apology necessary. I'm sending this when you were apologizing. Okay. Sick. Let's... Oh, wait. I can refresh. I want to refresh my overlay quickly. Maybe that's why it's on the... it's just... I don't know. Feels... Oh, wait a minute. Overlay opacity? Is that how it... As soon as you like can send a message, just send messages periodically, not for my own like what's it called, metrics purposes, but so that I can test the in-game overlay, because I want to see if it actually pops up in the right place. Okay, so I'm now in Edgewater. Things seem fine. So far the frame rate seems okay. And essentially, we are now on our way to... Right, so these are the main quests, and I've completed everything else. So, essentially, we now have to divert power. Essentially, the main boss, the mayor of the town of Edgewater, wants me to divert power from the geothermal plant to his place so that he can have some more power. But that will kill power for the deserters, who will either be forced to come back to the capitalist hellscape that is Edgewater or die. On the other hand, we have the deserters who obviously want me to take power away from the town, which will then, obviously kill the town. There will probably be some more people who will die, but at least, the town won't exist anymore, which, is fine. Yeah. And when I say is fine, I've been thinking about it for a while, about which one I should do, because just a tad, because I am thinking big picture as well. If I take also, this is my companion. She's great. I love her.
Yeah.
She's like the most pure soul in the entire game. If the problem is, if I give her
Friend of mine died a couple weeks back.
if I give the
Still
people
exhausted.
the deserters the power converter, then they will. I'm thinking bigger picture. There is a corporate that exists above this. The mayor of this town is just middle management. Like he's not like a big dude. He's middle management. So because of that, I know that if I take power away from this, corporate is gonna come down on this planet like a ton of bricks. Not this planet, this area of the planet. So I'm kind of worried about that, and I feel like this game is the kind of game that will give me that. This is a very weird anatomy to be looking at. Oh, why are there... Hold on a sec. Why are there enemies here?
Got it. Inside voices.
Yeah. Thanks, Parvati. Who's here? Oh, they're just sprats. Okay, we can kill them, no problem. Let's take normal. Hello, sprats. Goodbye.
That's the last of them.
Nice. Grab that. Oh, there's a little... Okay. I think we're fine. Right. Gonna grab my main gun. And we're gonna go to the geothermal plant, because now it is time to decide who gets the power. And when I watched this for the first time... yeah, the in-game overlay is not working. That's very upsetting. Maybe I need to refresh it. toggle positioning mode? No. Yeah, keep doing it. I set a hotkey. The in-game overlay is a new experimental feature on the top of your game. This overlay may not work with certain games. For best results, we recommend running your game in windowed full screen. It is running in windowed full screen. If I put overlay opacity at 0, like, does 100% opacity make it opaque or transparent? I feel like it makes it opaque because it's been on 100 this whole time. Interesting. I'm going to put chat up there. And put recent events right in the center. Okay. Done. Yeah, keep doing tests. When I last played this game, someone told me that a viewer told me that there's always a third option, which makes me a little bit confused. Because so far, well, I mean, I'm cool with third option kind of games, but so far I've only seen 2 for this one. It's either give to the capitalist or give to the deserter. And I'm not really sure about it. If there's a third option, I haven't found it, and I've done all the other quests. So I'm not really sure what to do. We'll find out together then. Let's have a look. Workers are abandoning the town of Edgewater. Reed Thompson wants to force the deserter to return to town. Obviously, Adelaide has proposed that I divert the power to the botanical lab, which is her place. But... there are power regulators in both the Edgewater Cannery and a botanical lab elsewhere in the region, but neither can be removed unless power is routed away from them. Travel to the region's geothermal plant and route the power away from one of the locations. I have no idea whether there's a third option. I'm still leaning, obviously, towards not keeping the power on the on Edgewater, on the capitalists, because for obvious reasons. Now, this doesn't mean that I'm opposing the workers who are there, and that's who I'm also thinking about, and that's making me hesitate with this, because inevitably, when it comes to...
Once we do this, there's no going back.
Yeah, I know, Parvati. Thanks for telling me. Maybe there's a third option. I'm gonna talk to you beforehand, but...
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do?
I wouldn't mind hearing your opinion. I really want to know what you think.
I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished.
And that is my dilemma. That's what I don't want to do. Obviously, I don't want to do that. I'm really in a bind. See, because if I do the first, if I take power away from Edgewater, people will die before they go to the botanical lab. If I give power to Edgewater, the botanical lab will have to come back to Edgewater. And I know for a fact they'll come back. I don't know if they would rather die. So do I doom them to a capitalist life? Like a life under capitalism that they literally left the town and they go live in the wilderness to avoid? Or do I ensure that the people who have shitty lives have possibly even shittier lives just so that the people who ran away from capitalism can live. And goodness, that's a hard decision. I have my other consideration is obviously what I was thinking about before, and that is corporate is going to hurt this area if I do something. This is a terrible decision. Oh, that's where you went. You left the house, and I wondered where you went. Ooh, there's a coffee. Excellent, thank you. Hmm? They gave you a free coffee. Wait, why? Because you bought bread? Oh. Oh, that's actually pretty good. I don't usually drink iced Americano, but that's pretty good. What's that? You have to go out again? Or to go get another free coffee? Okay. Alright. Cool. Every now and then I'm gonna alt-tab and check chat until I can confirm that the overlay is working for me. But yeah, here we go. I need to make a decision. So let me just talk to Parvati a little bit. I think what I'm gonna do is say, the deserters are a community. I can't just destroy what they built.
Miss McDevitt's been using corpses in her fertilizer. The thought just makes my skin crawl. Sure, she's found a solution, but it ain't exactly pleasant.
But what's better?
Plain to see she's made the Vale a better place. Fed the hungry, tended the sick. Gave a home to those that had none. But Miss McDevitt delights in Edgewater's suffering. She wants to hurt the town. Do you really want to be party to that kind of hatred?
I hate this. I hate this. This is a hard decision. I have to choose to cut all electricity from one town or from another place. Like from one settlement or from one town. You can't have both. Because I need to get my ship out. And if I want to get my ship out, I need to divert power from one place to another. One place is a horrible capitalist, like, factory town. The people are really suffering because of that, obviously. And if I take away the power, then they'll suffer more. And the corporate on the rest of the planet is gonna like hurt the town even more, I'm pretty sure. But if I take power away from the other settlement, then those people will probably die or be forced to come back into Edgewater and live out their lives in capitalism again. Oh, jeez. Okay. Reed tells me Edgewater's gonna die without workers in power.
Well, that sure sounds like Mr. Thompson. If he was standing here, I imagine he'd remind us of how we're all one big, happy Spacer's Choice family.
Yep.
In Mr. Thompson's eyes, those deserters are still part of the Spacer's Choice family. The family must work together in order to survive.
Yeah, you don't believe that,
I
do
hate
you?
to say it, but I think Mr. Thompson's got a point. Unless those deserters come back, Edgewater's as good as dead. Cutting off their power might be the only way.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that. I felt like I had to say something.
I'm glad you did. I like hearing from you.
Really? I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words in that order.
I love her. She's great. I hate this. I hate this. Is there nothing else that I can do? While I'm considering this, please continue to test in-game chat if you're available to. If it's uncomfortable for you, don't worry. But man, this is not a good time. Okay, use the terminal. Redirecting power is an irreversible procedure. Okay, hold on. Gotta save the game. Okay. Actually, I can test the in-game overlay. I'm such a moron. Let's let's test chat, see if it worked out there. It did not. Okay, let's try... I wanna test out the overlay before I do this. Okay, let's try saying something again. Doesn't happen. I think because I tried to turn it on in stream, so I don't think it'll happen unless I quit stream, which is fine. I don't mind that. I'll do that next time then. It's fine. Right. Now we have to decide what on earth we're going to do. I don't want to... I don't want to look it up and see if there's a third choice, you know? Because that seems a bit like... That seems a bit scummy. Alright, well, continue. Oh, jeez. Poverty is telling me to look to think of the workers. But when I think of taking power away from Edgewater, it's not because I'm not thinking of the workers, or it's not even for hatred of capitalism. It's because there's a chance that the workers would go to the deserters area and have a better life there, or there's a chance they could build something better from this. At the same time, there's an argument of consent to be made about this as well, in the sense that I'm obviously not taking into... I haven't asked everyone what they think about this. They obviously don't know what's going to happen. But the same is true for all of them. So I haven't asked anyone's consent. So consent is an issue across the board. So it doesn't really help with the decision. Another factor to take into account is the fact that despite that this is a grassroots action in hurting capitalism, I guess, it's not making a big dent, but it will make an impact in the lives of the people who work there, and I am really hoping that it's going to be a good impact. I don't know if I can do this. Chat crashed again, testing overlay again. I don't think, yeah, like you said before, I don't think the overlay works. Well, like I said before, I don't think the overlay works because I'm currently running a stream. So I don't know if it would work like live. So when I do the next stream tonight, I'll try it again. Not a moron. You've got lots going on in order to stream. Makes sense that you would overlook a few things. Oh yeah. No, it's no. I call myself a moron all the time. It's not a serious self-deprecating thing. But thank you. I appreciate that. I love how seriously you're taking this. I'm the same when I play games. Listen, I'm using this as a platform to teach about like leftism. So, and I always say this. If you are a leftist, your leftism has to come from a place of compassion. So if I'm using this to teach, I need to explain exactly what I'm doing and why. Because if I am doing this in any way, if I'm redirecting power away from Edgewater in any way for the reason of hating capitalism, I shouldn't be doing it. Because if it should always be for the consideration of the people who are going to be affected by your decisions, and those are the workers. Their lives will suck for a very long time, and many of them will probably die if I do this. But if I do it the other way, many of them will probably die too. And they made a conscious choice to leave the capitalist-run town and make their own life. So, to me, on an idealistic basis, this is a very cut and dry problem. There's no contest on what I'm doing. But you have to think about it from the basis of compassion. And to me, that is... that's a lot more difficult. Taters, is the delay... is the delay the same for you? Is it like a 2-3 minute delay for you as well? Because I wonder, because when I watch it on YouTube for me, it's literally like 2 seconds and I'm there. I wonder if maybe it's just because you're like on the other side of the world and that's why, because I'm like right next to it. But yeah, apparently even ultra low latency can't minimize 20,000 kilometers. But yeah, I'm literally. I'm gonna redirect power to the botanical laboratory and hope that the people there. I hope that the people of Edgewater will find a better life for themselves and make something better. No matter what I choose, it's not good. The reason why I have a really bad feeling in my stomach for doing what I want to do, is because the consequences, I feel like there will be many, many, many unforeseen consequences. And Parvati does not approve, and I don't want to disappoint her, because she feels like she's had a life of disappointment. I don't notice a delay. I'm watching on my phone and my TV. Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Alright, well, that's fine. Alright. I'm diverting power to Botanical Laboratory. I'm sorry, Parvati. I'm sorry to the people of Edgewater. We'll see what happens. I feel terrible. I feel absolutely terrible. Permanent power failure detected in Edgewater. Blatant disregard for Space's choice property has been logged. Please report yourself to the designated supervisor for immediate reprimand. Thank you for serving the Space's choice family. Sorry.
I can't stop thinking on Edgewater, Captain. I'm glad the deserters are gonna be alright now they got power, but what about the town? All those people.
My idea when I come to this game is to change things. And even though I know that this is just a small change, I feel like this is how it starts. I was gonna regret making any decision, but if I was gonna make a decision, I am glad that I made that one. Also, did I even look at this? Oh, did I even read this? I didn't even read it. I had to borrow your copy of the Young Space's Guide to Mechanical Engineering. Radio's been sputtering and I need the reference. I've returned the copy to the repair bay, okay? Chaos everywhere, mechanical's gone haywire, gunfire, hearing some screams. Oh lord, I think that was someone's leg. I would like to leave early for the day. Please deduct delinquency fee from my pay. Thank you, proud to be a member of the Space's Choice. If you've missed the... I have the VODs of my previous streams of this game up on YouTube, like right here. So if you want to see those and catch up on like what's been going on since then, and me being stun-locked every 2 minutes due to talking about some other rampant evidence of late-stage capitalism that is totally not applicable to our world today, then you can just watch those. Okay, we're going to read Thompson, but first the deserters are closer, so I want to have a chat to them first. Oh god, okay, the deserters are up there on that hill. Let's see. Hang on, just checking chat. Definitely someone to look up to. I tried to anti-blaster my way through Lego Star Wars and that didn't work out. Oh yeah. Oh, I loved your series on being anti-blast. It was such an incredibly cool way of describing this the firearm problem in the United States. Oh my god. Incredible. I absolutely loved it. I looked up the third option. Taters and I own in neighboring cities. Oh, cool. It's okay. I think you guys. I literally think it's just distance. Like, so don't worry about it. But yeah, Taters. Go on. Tell me what the third option is. I want to know. Tell me what I didn't think of, please. I want to know. I want to know how I screwed up. Because I can't shake the feeling that I royally screwed up. Oh, I feel so bad. I really, really do. I hate games that make me feel like this. Now watch me as I keep playing it. Hi, you guys have got full power now, so enjoy that. Enjoy what I did for you. Sometimes with Twitch, one device will work fine, but one won't. That's interesting.
I don't know what you did to talk some sense into.
Okay, that's a different one. I think I'm gonna have to talk to the people who actually like. Why is my? Oh God, there's some frame rate lag. It's probably because I'm streaming at the same time. Computer, calm yourself.
Keep your wits about you,
Oh
friend.
no, that's We're gonna talk to the mechanic first.
Hey there.
No, we're good. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I want to ask you something.
Hey, what's on?
No, that's fine. Okay, Adelaide. I hope you're freaking happy.
You hear that? That low, pleasant hum of electricity? It whispers across the veil like the winds of change. You've done well. I would have paid my last 5 bits to see the look on Reed's face when the last lamp in town burnt out and the cannery fell to silence.
See, Poverty was right. She's not. She doesn't feel like a compassionate leftist. She's not thinking of the people. She's thinking of Reed. But I didn't do this for you. I did this for the people of your settlement, and I did it for the people of Edgewater long term. Okay, so I'm on my laptop now, and the difference between the two is way more than 5 minutes. Oh, really? Like, is the laptop more stable, or what? Like, is the laptop better, or worse? Because if the laptop is way more than 5 minutes, then that's really weird. There is a third option where you reroute power to Edgewater, but get Reed to step down. Laptop is hardwired into my mode. Oh! That's like 10 seconds, bro. I think we might have. My TV's 5 minutes behind. Yo! Oh, I'm so sorry. If TV is much more comfortable for you, although if you have a really long LAN cable, you can. Oh, I don't know if your TV has a LAN port in it, but Wi-Fi is often the problem with stuff like that, especially with high bit rate. Like, I stream at a pretty high bit rate because it's 1080p and 60 FPS. But yeah. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, there is power comes at a sacrifice. There's a third option. So that third option, you reroute power to Edgewater, but you get Reed to step down. Now, I don't know how. Like, maybe I should have gone back and talked to Reed after talking to Adelaide, which I probably should have done. But I was watching you to avoid work. Now that on my laptop I can do both. Excellent. I either apologize for distracting you from your work, or tell you that you're welcome. What work are you up to, by the way? And also, yeah, if I probably should have gone back to talk to Reed after talking to Adelaide, but I would have never thought of getting Reed to step down on my own. Like, never ever. That's really interesting. Because oh. Wow, that's fantastic. When I should have talked to him after talking to Adelaide, because the good part about that choice is that she obviously has it in for Reed. So if he gets to step down, who takes his place? The problem is I've done nothing systemically. That is why I think I kind of stand by my choice, because I haven't done anything systemically to change the status. Like, it's still capitalist, and you cannot, and let me say this very clearly and loudly for those at the back, you cannot change, you cannot be better. Like you can have like a better capitalism, but you'll never have a good capitalism because it itself is bad. You can only change capitalism from outside, not inside. And if you think you can change it from inside, it's unfortunate because we've seen time and time again that it just hasn't happened. It gets tried to, and then the system viciously shuts it down because it's designed to do so. And even external changes have a flippin' hard time because of the global capitalist superpowers. So it's only going to happen from an external source or from working outside. You cannot work within a corrupt system to change the corrupt system. It just doesn't work. Feel free to counterpoint if you feel you disagree, but that's my take on it anyway. I'm gonna talk about her thing for Reed.
My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment. Said the medicine would have been wasted on him. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. That's as much of the story as you need to hear.
This I would never say. Never, ever, ever. I don't know her at all. There's no ways I would pass judgment like that. I'm just going to ask her what happens now.
Time's come to look toward the future. We'll grow, I expect. A lot of workers out there with nowhere else to go.
And a lot more mouths to feed. Or, you don't sound too pleased.
I don't look forward to turning folk away. Camp's gotta stay pure, though. Can't have corporate loyalists mixing with us, no matter how desperate they may be. I am curious. Why did you help us? You don't know who we are. You don't owe us a thing. The plant's crawling with mechanicals, so it stands to reason you risked your life.
That was not a good thing. I get that you're trying to... jeez. I mean, I get that she's trying to, like, but it was the line that Camp's got to stay pure. Like, that was weird for me. That was a very weird thing to say. I think Adelaide takes over. I only read a couple comments. Ah, okay. All right. Yeah. Oof. Okay, it's fine. Well, between your camp and Reed's cannery, yours is the better way of life.
You're not quite like anyone else I've met. You haven't had your consciousness programmed by the board. You're welcome among us if you're ever so inclined.
Thanks.
You are welcome here.
All right, well, we know that. All right, Parvati.
Something you need?
Okay, she's fine still. Well, hopefully the town grows. If I ever come back here, I'm gonna... I'll ask about it.
Hey there. Couple months.
I've already talked to him about it, so this is not me just skipping through dialogue. I am gonna go back to Reed and tell him what I did, and he is not going to be happy. Okay. Oh, they have no power anymore. This is gonna be awful.
Why are all the lights off? The power's out in the whole town. Pipe down.
It's been sealed. Oh no. If the door's sealed, they can't get it open. There are sick people in there that they refused to treat because they get quotas of medicine.
Hello? Are you still there? The power's out in the whole town. Pipe down. Leave him in there. It's best for us all. Leave him in there. It's best for us all.
I want to see if there's a spare, if there's a back door somewhere.
cut my own hair. But Conrad sells real good disinfectant. Something...
I can't possibly cut anyone's hair in the dark.
Alright, well, let's talk to him. I sound like you had some training.
Oh? Am I in the company of a fellow doctor?
Only if we use the term doctor loosely.
I am a Spacer's Choice certified surgeon, and if you must know, I can stitch a severed thumb with a 58% chance of avoiding gangrene.
Yes, Taters. The sick people are stuck inside the building. And that's the first unforeseen consequence of my decision. Well, I found Eugene's teeth.
You found Eugene's teeth? What? Where? How?
Yeah, not gonna do that. I'm not gonna... Should I lie? I mean, I'm good at lying, but should I, though? I think... Yeah, I'm just gonna say don't worry about it.
Yes, you may be right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I want to know.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
I suppose I should be grateful. You've saved me some trouble and no small amount of embarrassment.
I'm told Eugene killed himself. What happened?
Eugene was not a suicide. He put a bullet in his brain.
Trigger
yes,
warning, by the
but
way.
that's largely a technicality. I was the one who prepared Eugene's body for interment. I discovered symptoms of the plague on his corpse. And I discovered medicine in his pocket. Lots of medicine.
Oi.
Eugene overdosed on adrenatime, which is known to cause psychosis and paranoia as possible side effects. The paranoia drove him to take his own life.
So the town never had to pay a penalty?
We can all thank our lucky stars that young Eugene was hopped up on medication and suffered its predictable side effect. I included it all in my official report. I'd like to think I saved Edgewater a great deal of money. We never could have paid the fines associated with a suicide.
You get fined. You get fined for that. Yeah. Rather than... So I've said this a few times before, but capitalism is not a system... It is advertised as a system that is built on positive incentive and reward, but it is actually built on punishment and negative incentive. Rather than the lie that capitalism is based on the ability to get rich, the ability to have more money than you could possibly know what to do with. In fact, that privilege, of course, we know in reality that privilege is only reserved for a few. And the reality is more like the negative incentive and the negative reality, that instead of that, you are instead threatened with either comply with capitalism or die, starve, or live a miserable life. That the lie of being rich is sold to us so that we never take too much notice of the quality of our lives in the moment and what they could be by comparison. Oh god, that door's sealed too. Oh, well, the lieutenant got out. That's
How am I
fine.
supposed to file a report with the power dead?
This town is screwed. Absolutely screwed. General store gone. Where did he... Oh, he came out. Okay, that's fine.
Power's out, but I can't just leave my goods unattended. Don't suppose you'd care to do business?
I'm glad.
Go right ahead.
I'm quite happy to do business.
Spacer,
Thank you.
Music to my ears.
Yeah. I'll do some business. Yeah. What do you got? Not much, but I'll sell stuff. It's fine. Let's see. Oh, that's... See, I don't use this, so... Although... I think Parvati might need that. Let's have a look. What is Parvati using? She's using a hammer, which does even more. Ah, except for the melee weapon attack speed. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just drag that there for her. And instead of a plasma pistol... Ooh, that cutter is so cool. But she needs a ranged weapon, so... Yeah, I'm gonna sell.
Work your jaw.
Right. Do that. Sell. Right. Sell the pistol. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Cool. Sell that too. Okay. All this food I'm not going to sell at all. We're going to sell my junk. Lovely. And repairs. Yep. Done. Okay. Perfect. We're good. Right, I want to check out the Vicar quickly, see what's happened here. Well, the mechanical doors, that's nice. Hey, Vicar, anyone here?
I'll meet you on the ship when you're...
Okay, well, he's joining me, so I don't think he has anything to say about the power being gone. Right, Reed is at the top of the cannery, so I'm just gonna have a look at what's going on here. There was someone here. Yeah. I did a quest for you.
Cannery's dead. This is gonna throw a wrench into my actuarial tables.
She wasn't really working within them anyway, so that's fine. She was actually a good person. And there's Parvati's dad's shop that he used to work in. Obviously, we can't get in now, but... Look, we can't have it all. I think I've... Oh, cannery's in an uproar.
I put my whole life in that cannery.
You must be very proud.
Maybe Adelaide was right to leave.
Desertion is a criminal offense, punishable by hard labor.
That's what I want to hear.
Is Reed hiding in there?
Of course he is.
Mr. Thompson is aware of your concerns and remains committed to guiding Edgewater into prosperity.
Hi.
Oh, it's you. Reed told me I should be expecting you. He's inside.
Okay. Oh, there's no power. I can't get up because there's no power. There's Phyllis. Hey, Phyllis. Well, Phyllis is the foreman of the mine. I want to know what what she says here. Sounds like Reed is running Wizards of the Coast. You couldn't be more right. Reed hears your concerns and is committed to making Wizards Edgewater a much better and more prosperous place for all people who live, work, and make their livelihoods there. The new and improved Open Edgewater license is designed against NFTs and other malicious corporate competition, I guess. Sounds great. We hear you. We know your concerns. Hold on, I've got a bingo card for this. There's a bingo card. I'll post it. Going straight here. Here we go. Can I click on you? Yes. Open image. Save image. I will post it in chat. Hold on.
Ready when you are.
Yeah. I know, Parvati. Relax. This is called... It's a bingo chart for the inevitable Wizards of the Coast response that will have exactly the following words in the... It'll be in the tabletop thing, so if you're not in tabletop, you might not be able to see it. Oh, you are in tabletop, okay. I'll put it in memes. Where am I here? Pictures. And here. And here. What? Why can't I upload? Strange. Let's try it this way then. There we go. Oh, it's a JFIF file. It's not even like a... Ugh, why isn't it an image? Ugh, this is so dumb. There we go, that's much better. It'll load the image here. There we go. Yep. That's what you can look forward to. All right, Reed. Let's see what you think about this, huh? Okay, so just by the way, yeah, they were not. This is a salt tuna cannery, so they're supposed to be frying fish here, putting them through a salt tuna machine, but there's no salt tuna, so they use the little weird rats that I killed earlier, called sprats, and they feed those through the machine to feed the residents of Edgewater. That is what I just sort of cleared them of. Reed is hiding in his basement. Oh, wait, that's him. He's just hiding? He's just hiding. Ah, figures. That figures. Hold on. There we go.
You want to know what gets my bile churning?
Yeah, I do.
Edgewater has suffered a cavalcade of disasters. Plague, marauders, desertion. Then you wandered in town. And I was so damn sure our luck was starting to turn. I never knew how right I was. Just answer one question for me. Why'd you do it?
Now, this is where I actually have to be honest with him. Because if I say it's not personal, I need your power regulator, that's not true. I don't want to be lying. And when I say I don't owe you an explanation, when I met him, I wasn't saying anything. I just asked him questions and I said, fine, sure, whatever, I'll do it. I was gathering information. I didn't deceive him. I didn't say I would do it. I said I make no promises. And I did my best not to reveal my intentions until this moment. This is what I'm waiting for. And so I think I'm going to run down this path now. I did this to teach you a lesson.
Is that right? I'm dying to hear this. Please, educate me.
Yeah, he's not. I don't know if he's a horrible person. Life is full of betrayals. I'm not talking about Adelaide. You're all slaves to Space's choice. I'm liberating you. Now, I don't... This is quite a like, oh, wow, I'm so much better than you. I'm not... That's not my idea. I don't mean to say I'm liberating you. I'm more saying it was a horrific choice. But you're all slaves to Space's choice is literally correct. Like, it is literally correct. So it's not like...
Liberating? Edgewater is my home. The only home I've ever had. I put down roots here, gave decades of my life to this place. I never asked to be liberated. Whatever you were hoping to find down here, I advise you to turn around and leave. I have got guards posted with orders to fire on you.
And this was not an unforeseen consequence. I knew this. This we knew would happen. And now, it's very easy to feel bad. That's a browser game too? It's on Epic Games? Oh, that's so cool. She's playing Alto's Odyssey, which is a really cool mobile game that I had, but now she's playing it on Epic, which is awesome. Okay. I knew this would happen. It's easier to criticize people like this, middle management people, while you're in a position that is lower than them. But now I've brought him down. And now, when he tells us that he built a home and he spent, he put decades of his life here, that's true. And that we can never take away. And we've done a horrible thing. We've done a terrible thing. Even if we did it for what we thought were right reasons, it's still a terrible thing. And there's no like talking out of that. There's no, but it was the right thing. It's still a terrible thing. And if we ever want to do real change in the world, we might also have to do some terrible things. Or terrible things might have to happen to some people. I'm not kind of going, like saying go and do active stuff. I'm saying people's lives probably get worse before they get better under capitalism if it's going to change. And this is it. Unfortunately, we just have to sit with that, and we have to accept it. If we want to get to what comes next, we have to accept that this has to come first. And yeah, we've got to change a few lives. Even if that life means yours as well, by the way. Especially so. I'm not going to be a dick about it. I mean, that's a pretty badass line, but I'm just going to say I'm sorry.
Apologies won't give us our lives back. But for what it's worth, I am sorry too.
What's going to happen to Edgewater?
Edgewater's dead. Our cannery's dead. Adelaide's deserters are never coming back. Spacer's Choice will shut us down before long. Some of us will die of illness by then. Some will move on. Some will starve.
Yeah.
And as for me, I will tender my resignation, whereupon I shall be processed and then duly imprisoned for gross incompetence.
It's very easy to pull a lever somewhere and say, well, we made the world a better place. You need to sit with the consequences. If you are willing to change the world, you have to be willing to sit with the people's lives that you will alter in changing the world. I want him to call off his gods. I really do. I don't. I mean, fighting them would be cool, but I feel like this is also kind of a badass line. And if it is available, I know I said it was kind of dickish, but I don't really want. If it were me, I don't really want to fight my way there, so I'm good. Still, he's still my enemy. But we should have empathy for even these people who are still, even though we are slaves on the bottom level, he is a slave to his superior, who is a slave to their superior. The only person that capitalism really benefits is the one at the very top. Almost like a scheme that is relatively triangular prism shaped. One might say pyramidal.
All right, easy now. Let's not do anything we'll regret.
Yeah.
I'll order my guards to stand down. Take what you came for and then leave us be.
Yeah. Voice actor's great for this, by the way. Like, he did a really good job.
Stand down, all of you. We're done.
There's no ways. Yeah, I don't want to lose more lives. That's what I'm thinking.
You and I have got nothing more to say to each other.
Don't know how long we'll last without power.
Something you need?
Yep, we're good. Okay. Let's check out the area first. Oh, that's explosive. Oh, very cool. Some sprats. Just a reminder as to what we've done. And the power regulator. And we leveled. God, I feel so terrible. Honestly, I have this heavy pit. I'm struggling. Like, this is hard. Oh, okay, I'm still stealing. I'm not gonna steal. We're done. I think we've taken enough from this town. We're definitely done. Goodbye, everyone. Vicar Max is gonna meet me in my ship. Yeah, I think I'm done. But we will level up. So we got some skills. I'm gonna grab myself some dialogue and some tech, some stealth, and some ranged. And then I've got 2 points left. And I'm gonna put that one into... Ooh, if I got hack and lockpick. Ooh, very cool. Yes. 1 for stealth, because that'll push me over the top there. Ooh, cool. Nice. And... Sure, one for tech, just to give me a little bit closer there to tech stuff. Very cool. Right, apply, and done. Cool, and then perks. Right, so there was another nice perk that I wanted here. This fast travel while encumbered I did want, but also the tactical time dilation is pretty cool. Honestly, this 20% discount, this constant 20% discount would be pretty cool. So... But fast traveling while encumbered would be pretty cool. Just in case, I'm gonna grab this. Yep, I'm gonna grab that. Yep, done. Okay, last perk before we get to the second round, which I'm actually not sure about, so we'll check. Alright. We got the power regulator. Return to the ship. Now we get back to the ship. And we leave Emerald Vale after having irreversibly altered it. In many ways for the worse. But what we're hoping for is, in some ways, for the better. Let's run. You get unlimited sprint in this game, by the way. It's pretty cool. I want to go back to the front entrance of Edgewater and just go chat to that grave guy. The guy tending the graves. Oh my goodness. It's not nighttime for me. I'm just starting my day. But I'll see you guys again in 12 hours, because we're going to do it again tonight. Right, hello? Everyone... Oh. Where's the guy? Ah, he's here.
Don't see the sense in all this fussing over the power. Cannery shutting down just means I'll have more bodies to bury.
Oh, thanks. I regret everything. We're going back to the ship, and we're leaving. Oh, I'm gonna break my leg. Ow! Oh, that nearly straight up killed me. Oof. It's fine. Health regens. Slightly, anyway. And that is the Razor Crest. I mean, the Unreliable. It really looks like the Razor Crest in many ways. I think it's the two engines on the back. But yeah, that's my ship. I haven't flown it yet because it wasn't mine until a few hours ago in game time.
Is this your ship?
Yep.
Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship, working on a real engine, belonging to a proper crew.
I dream of that too in real life. I dream of flying a spaceship.
That don't change the fact that I'm indentured to Spacer's Choice. Company expects me back at my post.
Oh, she wants to. She's going back to Edgewater. You've never been on a ship before?
I worked on the occasional supply coach in need of repairs. Once I built a little model craft out of spare parts, but Mr. Thompson found out and I had to take it apart. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you? I could tend to your engine. I know my G-valves from my catalyzers, and I can keep your ship singing. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too. What do you think?
She's so cool. I love her. I'm not even gonna... Yeah, I'm not interested, Parvati. Goodbye. Who would say that after interacting with her? I'd be glad to have you along. Pick a cabin. It's yours.
Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't regret this, man.
She's so cool.
I can call you Captain now.
Yes.
I got a captain.
The voice acting is phenomenal in this game. I love it.
Where are we headed?
It's so convincing. Super believable characters. I love them. We are heading to the ship. Amazing. And here is...
Well,
Vicar
I
Max.
certainly am looking forward to flying on a ship named the Unreliable.
Nah.
I'll just head upstairs and claim a room. As always, I am at your disposal. Anything you'd like to discuss?
I'll leave you for now. We'll just, Parvati's with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll chat to him later. For now, I've looted everything from the lockers. Let's look at the workbench before we continue. Just see if we can tinker with anything. Can't really break things down. Repairs are done. We can tinker things. We can also modify things. Let's look at modifying. So right now, the current mod is a Magnum. And I've got power or zap. It's already a plasma gun, so I'm going to leave that the way it is. And that's a gyro sight, so it's got a scope on it already. That's fine. Right, what have you got? Current is a speed grip, and that's already a speed grip, so that's fine. That's Mr. Power. And it already oh! Oh, it's just a plasma damage thing. Okay, that's already a plasma blade, so I'm good. Right, this one has a fun times barrel, which is great. Instead, I didn't want to put a gun silencer on it, mostly because it's like a burst pistol, and I think I'm gonna save the silencer for like something else, like maybe a more powerful revolver. It's like a single shot on a silencer seems like a better choice. Currently, it's got a mag to zap, and I can change this to mag to zap or mag to power, which is fine by me. And I want to keep a normal weapon. This just like fires normal ammunition, which I'm gonna keep. And currently, it's got a gyro sight, which is exactly what I want on it. Right, your turn. It's got a fun times barrel, so that's perfect for me. Okay, what about the armor? Currently got toughened, and that is also toughened. Currently got... Oh, no modification. This is electro. Oh, I'm waiting. I'm waiting till I get better armor from this. I remember. Okay, are we tinkering things? The voice actor for her is Ashley Birch. I know! I forgot in the moment, but I know. She's great. I love Ashley Birch. I honestly, when the first time I was introduced was in Critical Role, when she played, what was it? Is it she or they? I'm pretty sure it's she. But anyway, the first time I was introduced to her was in Critical Role, when she played the dwarf. Did she play a dwarf? Yeah, like the bearded dwarf, and I can't remember her name. But in Critical Role Campaign 2, and it was amazing. Hey Ash, what you doing? Capitalism. where does the is that from the campaign, or am I, or did I just forget? Where does that come from? But yeah, I love Ashley Birch. She's just fantastic, and a perfect casting choice for Parvati as well. She really captures the sort of innocence and also like spark that Parvati carries. Just fantastic. Right, I'm gonna tinker around. Gonna give you a tinker, up your damage a little bit. You're a little bit expensive. I'll up your damage. And up yours and up yours. It came out a bit wrong, but you know. Can do that, and... it doesn't really matter. Oh, that matters. I've got bits. It's fine. I can handle it. Yeah, we'll just tinker for a little bit, give ourselves a boost before we get better ones. Y'all didn't watch Hey Ash, What You Playing? Ashley and her brother's show? Oh, really? Oh, I should definitely watch that. Oh, what's cool about this is if there are any like videos to watch on YouTube, we can watch them on stream, which is great. We have a little watch party. I'm also thinking of doing like not watch party, but like stream parties, because I obviously can't watch Disney Plus shows on stream or what's his name shows on stream. Okay, I'm not going to install the power regulator yet. We're going to the bridge of the ship first. This respecs all my perks, which I'm happy with for now. Oh god. And yeah, but what I'm thinking of is doing like a if we have shows that are going on that I want to watch with everyone, I'm thinking of doing a watch party at some point.
Captain,
So that'd be fun.
I have detected that the town of Edgewater is now without power. I appreciate you doing your part to hasten their demise.
Now, honestly, I am doing it for the demise of Edgewater, and the town was going down anyway. People had a shitty life. I know I'm justifying it. I'm coping so hard. I really feel bad. I really do. All right, we're gonna. Here we go. I can't remember the name of my
What
ship,
can I
but
do for you,
oh, it's
Captain?
Ada. Hey, I have a power regulator.
Do you know how to install a power regulator?
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Outstanding, Captain. Your aptitude for engineering will prove invaluable in the event of another catastrophic engine failure. Our engine room is located behind you. Across the cargo bay, up the ladders.
Do you know how I got this AI to follow me? I got her to. I came to her and she was like, "Sorry, you're not the captain of this ship," because I'm not. The original captain I squashed with my escape pod because, like I said, he stood under it like an idiot. And I said, "Yeah, I'm not the captain. I'm just the person who, you know, I'm here on the captain's orders." And she's like, "Well, you're not the captain, so I can't really talk to you." So I said, what if I was the captain? And, you know, the captain's... What if I was the captain? And she said, well, that would be a pretty cool way for me to cope with the death of the captain. So instead, the captain didn't die, and you are still the captain. And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. And she's like, thank you for appreciating my logic circuits. And, yeah, so now I have now I'm the captain. But my name is still Captain, whatever the name of the captain was before this. I was also kind of tempted to say, like, can you walk me through it just to see what happens? Okay, hello. We're installing. Oh, don't you love the sound of a warmed-up hyperdrive? Yes!
Yeah.
Such a fan. I'm gonna go find Vicar Max because I want to talk to him. Hello. Oh. Did you get stuck? Okay, we'll, yeah. Hi, Ada.
What can I do for you, Captain?
I've installed the power
All
regulator.
systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities.
Oh my god. Hold on, I need to take care of something. We are gonna fly a ship. I want to talk to Vicar Max first. Hey, Max! Okay, we'll talk to him later. For now, I need to save. I'll go save over there. Can I sit in the chair? Oh, that looks like a very cool chair. I dream of this in real life, by the way. I think I might have said this before, but I literally dream that one day a spaceship will just appear in my garden, and I'll just be able to fly. I don't know why, man. Something about the size of the Millennium Falcon. I would just love to just live in a ship and just go travel. Okay, here we go.
Welcome back, Captain. All systems
And do
are
this,
now
'cause this is
operating
fun.
within acceptable parameters.
Alright, let's
Shall I take our ship into orbit?
leave. We have done enough damage. Whoa. Yes! Look, it's got like stabilizing flaps and everything. That's so cool. Whoa, those engines look... Okay, I don't know what's going to happen now. I have no idea. So this is now new for me.
We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Oh, that's the guy who rescued me from the ship. So, yeah, I've been waiting to hear from him.
Aha, there you are. Hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die.
I would say
How are you
quick,
feeling,
actually.
by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any, unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you.
I've been feeling a little lightheaded. Also, I can slow down time. Yeah, you can do that in this game. It's like called Adrena time or something.
Oh, that, yes, that's probably permanent. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I'm sure you're fine.
It's like a side effect of the cryo
What you
procedure,
saw in
which is
Emerald
pretty cool.
Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right.
That's
awesome. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me. help us find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Kelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay.
Okay. Awesome. Very cool. I'm incredibly happy to help fix the mistakes of a corporate overlord. Very cool. So, why... Or I could put a couple light years between me and Halcyon. Why do I need a nav key to land on a planet?
Strictly speaking, Monarch is a moon, terraformed badly, and almost completely lawless. You'll love it. Captains don't fly their own ships, you see. Your navigation terminal handles the, navigation. Think of a nav key as a set of flight instructions.
That's boring. The best part of having a ship is
The board's
flying
been
it.
confiscating nav keys for Stellar Bay, so we must rely on unconventional means of acquisition. Hence, Miss Gladys Kelly.
And why do you think they've been confiscating nav keys? For 2 reasons. Because once the shit has hit the fan, they either don't want people coming in, or they don't want people getting out. Also, taters, yes, absolutely. You are correct. Preach. Living in a ship like the Firefly or the Falcon would be so cool. All caps. Absolutely. That is how I feel. And not exactly like the Millennium Falcon. If you've played Star Wars The Old Republic, the MMO, there's a ship in there. If you play, there are many ships in there. If you play the Smuggler class, and you go through the Smuggler story, they get a ship that is quite similar to the Millennium Falcon, but it's a little bit different. I want that ship. It's awesome. Super cool. Okay. What's stopping me from just leaving Halcyon altogether? Can't I land somewhere outside Stellar Bay?
In theory, I suppose you could land your ship in Cascadia, and in theory, I suppose you might survive the experience. Cascadia is utterly seething with dangerous, highly aggressive creatures, more than capable of tearing you limb from limb. You'd have to be a lunatic to land in Cascadia, and I'm reasonably certain I tested your brain for incipient signs of insanity. Trust me, talk to Gladys Kelly.
Now, I think that's the game telling me, hey, if you're a madman, go there. There are lots of high-level creatures that will tear you to shreds. I mean, he literally told me. But I feel like if it's also like, come on, go on. You wanna challenge? Go there. There's a challenge there. Go on. You want to. Die a horrible death. It's like the Dark Souls version. And to that I say, no. I'd much rather just go to the black market lady. It's fine. All right. So about this Gladys person, how do I know I can trust her?
Gladys and I have been doing business for years. Her smuggling credentials are unimpeachable. If anyone can get you a key to Monarch, it's her.
Excellent. I'm getting a bit snackish, actually. What's stopping me from leaving?
Without a skip drive, good luck. You'll be dead before you make it to the nearest star. Look, I admire your optimism, but the sad truth is you're stuck here. You, me, and the rest of this colony. We're all skating precariously around the edge of oblivion together. None of us are leaving Halcyon alive, so we may as well make it a better place. And we can start by reviving the hope.
All right. Fine. I'll go have a word with Gladys.
Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design. Cutting-edge technology.
Disguise?
Of its time. I call it the holographic shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters.
Yo! I get a holographic disguise? Okay, you want to explain what that is?
Marvelous device. I'm quite proud of myself. The shroud changes the user's appearance to mimic that of another.
Cool.
It has limits. First-generation technology, you see. But promising. Exciting to see it in use at last.
Oh, so cool.
Very simply, the holographic shroud uses biometric information contained on standard identity cartridges to generate a holographic projection around you.
Why am I yawning so much? I have used too much energy that I put into my body with cereal this morning. Okay, so you mentioned that this thing has limitations.
Only stands up to a casual scrutiny.
Ah.
Use it too long, bound to flicker, blur,
Okay,
something like that.
okay.
Movement makes it more likely.
Yeah.
Best used in moderation. When you see guards in your path you can't sneak past, for example.
Okay.
Maintain your distance. Act normal. No running, no jumping. Don't draw their attention. If they pay attention, they're more likely to notice flaws in the hologram.
Yeah. People actually fall for this? Seems far-fetched.
Ha 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 ha! The beauty is they don't expect it. The shroud is the only one of its kind.
That's so cool.
We humans have a tendency to overlook the unexpected. Activate the disguise, walk past someone. What do they see? A figure dressed like a fellow employee. Don't act odd. They won't focus on you.
Very cool. I'll put it to good use. Thanks, Phineas.
Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart, please select a destination on your navigation terminal.
Now, obviously, when he says don't trust them, I haven't actually spoken to them yet, so, you know. But being already wired as a not, sort of capitalist brainwashed person at this stage, I was never inclined to trust them from the beginning, so I think we'll be okay. The unreliable navigation terminal. I love that it's just called. The name of the ship is unreliable, but like it makes it seem like this is an unreliable. It's just great. Is this a camera? That's awesome. Very cool. Okay. Let's have a look. Hi.
Yeah, so this is my hidey spot now.
Yeah.
I was looking for a place that was quiet. I figured the kitchen would be louder than the hold, so here I am. Cozy like, ain't it?
Oh, I just saw in chat. Ah, hey Ash, what you playing? Very cool. 1 part Anthony Birch, 1 part Ashley Birch, 3 parts Papa Birch, 4 parts video games, and 2 parts surreal humor for 1. Hey Ash, what you playing? Let cool for 10 minutes after baking makes 3 servings. That's awesome. Very, very cool. I'll check that out after the stream. All right, I think my camera is just a little. I'm moving out the side for the. It's so cool that I can move out the side so you can see the dialogue options there, like that one. So awesome. Green screen, best Christmas present ever. We're gonna just. Okay, wait. Oh God. Nope, didn't mean to do that. There you go. If I. Oh, that's the wrong. I should be looking at the camera. There we go. I'll turn it. There we go, so I can see everything. Excellent. All right. I think it's time you move along, Parvati. I know you just got here, but I'm going to jettison you out the nearest airlock. What did you think of the ship?
That's in pretty good shape, considering how hard Mr. Hawthorne ran it. It's a Yakita LHA 120, A2 model, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
The Block 2 design scooshed in extra cargo space, but didn't change the stock engines. Probably a touch underpowered, huh?
Accurate in all particulars. I conclude you are Edgewater's board-certified mechanic.
That's the ship's computer. It's not intelligent, but it does a good imitation. No, Ada, how about you not invite yourself into conversations? No, I'm gonna be nice. Apparently Ada's the one who actually flies the ship.
Fly-by-wire's pretty normal. Or at least ways that's what I read in the trades. I've never been on a real ship before. Hello! I am not a board-certified mechanic, but my dad was. He taught me all he knew. Do you understand?
Speech recognition is one of the many skills I have been programmed to simulate.
You're not simulating it, you're doing it! I asked a question and you answered it.
So cool.
I am gratified you consider this facsimile convincing.
I love how there's no like attempt to cover up the fact that AI is completely fabricated and is like anything that you assign, any kind of aspect of personality you assign to it is yet another fabrication. And yet, I'm still such a fan of droids, and I would 100% like consider giving them giving them rights in a sense, and in some ways personhood, especially in the universe of Star Wars, for how incredible droids are and how much they are the unsung heroes of Star Wars. In any capacity, introducing AI in an advanced form poses its problems in terms of like how far do you give it intelligence before we consider it sentience, and there's a beautiful video on that you should definitely watch called "The Tragedy of Droids in Star Wars." Beautiful in the sense that it kind of it makes you rethink droids and how we treat them. We being, of course, real people, people in the Star Wars universe, but we as consumers of Star Wars content and how we view droids as well. Very, very, very interesting. Okay, here we go. What do you think, Parvati? Is this safe to fly now that we got the regulator?
I don't see any holes in the hull. I'll take a good squint at her, make sure everything's tip-top. But I think we're cooking with plasma torches.
Very cool.
You can do that, you know. My dad taught me how to make grilled cheese sandwiches with a plasma torch.
I love her. She's great. Okay, did you learn your trade from your father? It sounded like it when you talked to Reed.
Mostly, yeah. I lived in the maintenance office near all my life. Mr. Thompson never let me forget how funny that was.
I don't see the humor.
He meant funny as in odd.
Hmm.
It's not normal for anyone to do as their parents. You take a vocational test. That decides your schooling and your career. When I tested out for maintenance, everyone figured it was on account of my dad. They were real unhappy with us.
Why would people be unhappy about you getting a maintenance job? Maybe because of nepotism?
Because they were hoping their own kid would get the job and get sent back to Edgewater.
Ah, okay.
When folk go away for schooling, they don't get back to where they begun. Not usually. You go straight to your first job, wherever the company's got an opening.
Yes, that's a very good video. It makes me treat my droids better for sure. Yeah, I mean, me too. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, for real, in Star Wars games, I would absolutely be treating my droids like that. I treat my droids like people, 100%. We tend to make them. We tend to look at, like, especially astromechs. I feel like we see them more as like puppies. When R2, for example, is like older than most people by the time of the sequel trilogy. Like seriously, like he's old. I mean, he's much older than like even Leia. and Leia, like the last part of Leia's life is in the sequel trilogy. Yeah, probably too. Like he's learned more, and he's a droid, so he probably retains more memory as well. And yet we still see him as like the sort of loyal puppy dog, you know. And I mean, he makes like beeps, so he's wiser. But C-3PO and R2-D2 are essentially just the great grandparents of Star Wars. Like they're the elders. It's super cool, actually. I love droids. And for this, they don't go back to where they begun, not usually. You go straight to your first job wherever the company's got an opening. Yep. No time for enjoying a life. You have to work. And why are we working? We're not working for our enjoyment. We are working for the company's bosses. I'm saying this for the benefit of people who watch the VOD afterwards. I'm fully aware that you're all aware of this in chat right now. But like I say, these are lessons in capitalism and leftism. So if you know all these lessons, that's great. Even the really easy sort of surface level ones still need to be learnt at some level. Alright, so you don't have any say in it at all?
I reckon you could say, no thanks, I don't want a job. But then you don't got a job.
And this is where we go slightly surface deeper, and I say something really wild and say, you shouldn't have to have a job. It shouldn't be mandatory for your life. It should be something that you want to do. And wow, this revolutionary idea. It's crazy. You should have all of your necessities for free immediately. Just to be able to live your life, you should have a house, food, medicine. Everything you need as a person should be given to you without condition, free. And you should not need a job in order to survive. You should need a job in order to provide for yourself in a more luxurious capacity and to own more personal items that bring you more joy. It should not take the same form as it does right now, though. Not at all. And that is the how do I say this? The impenetrable basis, the core of my belief. And that should apply to everyone. Getting flashbacks to my stream. Did you also talk about this? Because this is non-negotiable. I do not this is the non-negotiable core of who I am. Everyone should have this just as a bare minimum. And I feel like, it's just a leftist core, I feel like. So the Lando and droid thing in Solo. Right. So that video actually touches on that. I'm going to pause this conversation for just a little bit, and we'll talk about that. The Lando droid thing is actually, let's switch over. Hi, we're back in the lounge. So the Lando droid thing is something that I thought about for a long time. I'd 100%, like, as soon as I saw L3 talk about droid rights and stuff, I was like, yes, you go, amazing. And when she died, I felt so sad, because I felt like there was so much for her character to do. And yet, in that moment, she did go out doing what she wanted. She did go out on her own terms. And then the video, I didn't actually catch this when I first saw it, which is a product of, our own, the way that we are made to think about the droids as disposable things. But she never consented to be plugged into the Falcon. The video actually points out that the reason why that plot point in Solo exists is so that it can tie in something that happens in the original trilogy when C-3PO talks to the Falcon and finds that the Falcon is using a really weird language to talk to him. And that is where the origin of L3 comes from in Solo. L3 was built around that sort of tie-in, right? And the video then puts it in a slightly darker light in that L3's consent was completely taken away and given and she, not only was her consent taken away because she had died and then her mind was put into a ship, but she was used for the one thing that she literally literally the one thing that she fought against, which was servitude. She didn't want to be a droid that served. She wanted to be independent. And her last act and her ongoing act is living a nightmare, living something that she completely despised, living something that she fought her whole life against. She was Lando's co-pilot. She wasn't his droid. Even though Lando saw her as a droid and kind of played her off for laughs, she was a being, right? She had some form of intelligence, and I would say some form of sentience, and especially because he doesn't memory wipe her. So that's what happens in droids. Droids develop sentience in Star Wars when they go too long without memory wipes, and so because of that, she was basically given her worst nightmare, and now she lives on, and she's still in the Falcon. So in the current Star Wars continuity, the Falcon still has her there, and she still runs it. Now I don't know if it's not. Now, if you know how a droid works in Star Wars, this is kind of my counterpoint to this idea, because I don't think it's entirely as cruel as we think it is, because her navigational data was plugged into the ship. Droids are made up of so much more than that. They also have things. One of the main parts of a droid that gives it its life is its personality matrix and its core. And because her personality matrix did not come with her navigational data, you've essentially just plugged her map into the ship. And that's it. I'd also like to counterpoint with the idea that L3 really loved flying the Falcon, and it was her job, and she did do it out of choice, as far as I know. I mean, I know Lando built her or hired her to be a droid in service to the ship, but she's a co-pilot, and she considers it her ship and her seat and everything. So it's like, I don't think that she would have necessarily complained, but we'll literally never know, because she died before she could give her consent to that. So there is always that thing that, there's that thing that makes it a little bit darker. And we treat all droids like that, by the way. They have sentience until we need to use them for something, and then of course their consent doesn't matter. And in L3's case, obviously, there's that servitude. So my counterpoint is that her personality didn't go along with it, so it was basically just like taking an arm and plugging it in. So I don't think it was as cruel as it possibly could be. I do think it was a gross violation of her consent, though, for sure. But again, I still do think it's something that she wouldn't have necessarily hated, because it's the Falcon. So because of the context, not necessarily torture for her. I think the video tends to point it out as some sort of torture for her. I don't think it's gone that far. But I still do think it's something that we should think about, especially as people who are developing pretty scary AI these days as well. Is that confirmed, or is her nav data integrated into the personality matrix? The way that I have no way of confirming this in Star Wars lore, but from what I know, navigational data is just a part of, from what I know about how droids are made, navigational data is just a part, and personality matrix is another part. Personality matrix informs all of it, which is why there might be an aspect of her language and the way that she talks inside the navigational data, but it's not the it wouldn't be the personality matrix in itself. Or I like to believe that. There's no confirmation or denial of that. Perhaps this is my copium. L3 fell victim to Star Wars fridging addiction. Oh boy. Now, I will say Star Wars does have a fridging addiction. I'm not sure if L3's fate was fridging, though. Although, as a female-coded character, it does sort of tread closer to that line. Yes, I will admit Star Wars does enjoy fridging people. I think that's the one thing that I'm so scared of when I do my writing as well. Like, I'm scared of treating any character badly, because I'm constantly in my mind going, have I like accidentally fridged someone? Especially when it's female-coded characters. We'll see what happens in Solo 2 and Lando before we confirm fridge. Yeah, no, for sure. I think, yeah, the whole point of a fridge is that it is for its motivation. A character is fridged when they are killed or heavily injured for the purposes of other characters. So L3, so in that case, I could say, yes, essentially then fridged, because she was used for, yeah. But her planting of navigational data was where it gets fridgy. But her actual death was in pursuit of something that she loved, which was great. Like, that's the opposite of fridging. So that in itself, 100% fine. I'm totally fine with that. I didn't know there was a Solo 2 either, to be quite honest. I knew about the Lando series. Is there going to be a Solo 2? Because, good lord, I'm there. I'm in line. I loved that movie. That movie is, like, one of my favorites. It's so good. Also, if I lean back, my green screen, like, freaks out a little bit. Ah, there we go. Just at the top corner there. Okay, we're still playing Outer Wilds. Thanks for the segue. I always enjoy talking about Star Wars. Okay, so right, so one aptitude test determines your whole life?
Well, they're powerful good tests. They rattled off this whole list of names who'd worked on them, with fancy bits hanging off them.
Yeah.
Doctors and esquires and the thirds. Even if you don't believe they actually catch what everybody's best at, everybody's got to take them. So at least it's fair-ish.
Using your preconceived notions to justify something is a result of indoctrination. So it's taking a theory that is not based on evidence and trying to fit what exists as evidence into your theory, rather than using evidence to structure a theory. You have to start with evidence. is when it comes to stuff like this. You cannot start with a theory based on nothing, and then just kind of shove evidence in and hope that it fits. And this is what she's doing here. So just because they have put in, she has ascribed Esquire the Third, Doctor, whatever, to a certain value, and she's trying to place that value into, well, she's seen, that is seen as sort of more elite, better than you, better than a common worker, and therefore, if you are a job like that, you are better than a common worker. You are more elite, and that's good, apparently. So that is, and she says, because everyone's got to take them, so at least it's fair, because everyone's got to take it, and because they've got fancy titles at the end of them. Both of those are completely manufactured lies by corporate. So her idea that it's fair is based on things that she has been taught that are themselves based on nothing. I just checked, Solo 2 was cancelled. No. Thank you. I mean, genuinely thank you, but also... Damn it! I'll tell you why. Solo did not do well at the box office. And it is because it came out in the same week as Infinity War. How are you going to compete with Infinity War? It's, yeah. It came out at the same week as, like, another blockbuster movie that was, like, gonna overshadow it completely. Like, there's no way. There's no ways it was gonna compete. Anyway, but you actually are good at this, Parvati, and you enjoy it.
I'm good at making things work the way they ought. Not so much at doing such to somebody else's schedule. There's times I'm working deep in the guts of a loader, getting it all running perfect. Then I look up to see it's tomorrow, and I've blown another deadline. Anyhow, I was happy to get back home. I didn't care much for schooling.
All right. I mean, it explains itself. It's all good. You should make your own deadlines. All right. You didn't like your classes?
Oh, there were a whole lot of reading, not nearly enough doing. Like, before they'd issue you a wrench, they wanted an essay on the design of different wrenches. Then there'd be quizzes on company regulations for storage and maintenance of wrenches.
I'm going to say two things for this. First of all, school is important. But secondly, how you school is more important than having school. Because if you have school, but it's the wrong kind of school, you're only training people to do one kind of thing, or you're only training people in one kind of way. Parvati is obviously a haptic learner, or at the very least a visual learner, so she requires... haptic, kinesthetic. So she obviously requires some more hands-on stuff. But because the school is mainly focused on preparing you for quizzes or exams, which doesn't sound like real life at all, I might add, or just teaches you in a theoretical or theory-based perspective, there's no ways it's going to benefit learners like her. And so even though she's incredibly gifted and has the capability to like, her door for mechanics is wide open, she's not going to reach that potential because she's too busy. Well, not while she's in school, that's for sure. She's going to reach her potential by doing practical stuff. And it's just a shame. Also, yes, Deadpool 2. Thank you, Taters. It was Infinity War and Deadpool 2. So how are you going to think that Solo is going to do as well as, like, you know, episode 7 that came before it? Oh, sorry. It was The Last Jedi. It was episode 8. Okay, so what did you do in your time off then?
As soon as I got permission, I spent all my time in the machine
And
shop.
that
They had all manner of
is
parts,
what her
but
school
they
should be.
didn't want me using them, so I had to sneak them.
Exactly.
I even slept in there. Had a hammock tied up in the rafters. Before I left, I installed a little skylight for myself, so I could see the stars.
I love her. And you can see how some of her qualities, like self-esteem or many social qualities, have been underdeveloped because she made her own school in the way that she wanted to learn. That is the consequence of creating schools and education in a certain way to cater to one kind of person. Because you didn't think for a second when you created the system that there might be people different from, you know, the people that you had at the time. Or yourself, because maybe you built it based on yourself. Poverty created her own method of schooling because her school was failing her. And I knew she was going to say this. What did you do in your free time? Oh, I taught myself. I did it the way that I wanted to. And I created education for myself in the way that I relate to, in the learning method that I use, and that my brain responds to. Because when I went to school, I was wasting my time on theory, and, well, theory that wasn't being taught to me in the right way. Theory in a verbal sense or in a written sense, not in the way that I can learn it. It's so dumb. It was one of my favorite memes. If you guys have seen Glass Onion, right at the end, no spoilers, but right at the end, Benoit Blanc goes, "It's so dumb." And another character goes, "It's so dumb, it's brilliant." And he says, "No, it's just dumb." It's my favorite GIF now. It's so good. But yes, absolutely. All right, so I already know the answer to 2. I don't think she had any friends. I think she did have her own room, but she didn't use it. And they never caught you, never got in trouble. I'm pretty sure she did get in trouble. I'm gonna ask her if she built anything fun.
When an engine came in, I'd strip it down and rebuild it. I mostly built for myself. Custom tools, little mechanical critters to talk to. When my roommates tried to talk, I'd get so nervous I'd be drenched in sweat. It was easier for everybody when I stayed off on my own. I doubt any of them remember me now.
Oh, I have so much to say. In a world that is focused on capitalism and churning out labor value for the benefit of the profit-hungry overlords, there is no time to fund things like mental health or social anxiety. There's no time to teach people social skills. There is simply time to work, 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 school, 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 and then work, work, work until you die. Die, die, die. It made sense in the... So obviously she's not going to develop the skills she needs because she doesn't have the free time. Now, if the other kids who went to school did have the free time because they were connecting in that way, or if they weren't connecting in that way, they probably... But they didn't spend... So hang on. So either you spend time in school and you can connect that way and you manage to benefit over the others. And then you can spend your free time doing other things. Or you're not benefiting that way, but you don't know how to fix it, so you just struggle and end up with mental health issues later on in life and like self-esteem issues because you don't know why school sucked for you, only that it did. And then in your free time, you somehow develop some social skills, but also that part is lacking. Or you're Poverty, who does the other way, where she's lacking in social skills and has no free time or medium to develop them because she's too busy being smart and teaching herself what school is failing to teach her. And then she does this, which breaks my heart, and it's what lots of people do when they develop these sorts of things, and says it was easier for everybody else when she stayed off on her own. And thinking that because she does not have these skills that everyone else does, instead of processing that in a more constructive way, she has processed that in a destructive way, and has said, "Well, it's on me. It's on me that I'm like this." And so it's not more comfortable for me that I stay like this, or it's not what I've ever known. She's not making it she's not focusing it on the right things. She instead says, it's actually, I was a burden. I became a burden to everyone else because I didn't learn the same things that they did. And so it's better for everyone else that I stay here. And it's just tragic. Yo. Okay, so after school, did you move straight back to Edgewater?
Yep, nothing much had changed. Everything was a little grayer, a little dirtier. Dad met me at the shuttle and gave me a big ol' hug. I noticed straight away that he was moving slower and stiffer. He made a little grunt when I squeezed.
That's so bad. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Oh, I hate it because it's so relatable. Oh, no. Did you get much time with him after you got back from school?
About a year. I tried to do more of the work so he could rest. His heart gave him pains.
My dad's still alive,
Dad
by the
never
way. It's
said
just
that he
relatable,
loved
like,
me, you
when
know?
parents
I
get
knew
older,
on
you
account
can
of
do
him
that.
showing it. How he'd stay up late to help with my projects or listen to my fretting. Oh gosh. Look at the time. Sorry to bend your ears so long. And I got so much to do before this ship's in decent shape.
She's done a lot of this. And every time I want to tell her, it's fine. I don't want to, like, focus on it too much. And just be like, you're not a problem. Like, don't do that. Because that's... Sometimes if you say that too much and too intensely, people feel punished for even saying that. We want to make sure that we create an environment for people who are like this, because on some level, we are all like this. We want to create an environment for each other where we feel safe to say something like this, and then just be gently gone, that's okay, it's fine, I'm still here, and I chose to be here. And that you didn't, like, force me to come and listen to you talk about what you like for, like, 3 hours. That's, to me, that is the kind of environment that we should be creating. Because, like I said, we're all like this in some way. We've all been taught on some level, due to capitalism as well, in a more detailed reason, but still, that's the root reason, that we are, if we talk about something that other people might deem as unproductive, then we are a waste of space, or we should stop talking and talk about something that is productive. And what system deems what is productive and what is not productive? You guessed it. All right, well, break time's over. No, I hate that I say it like that. You can take all the breaks you want, Parvati. Is Vicar Max still stuck? Ah, great. Can you go find a room? Let's see where he found. Ooh. Yo. Oh, that's gorgeous. Ooh, there's some asteroids there. That's really cool. I like that. Holographic shroud. The holographic shroud projects a disguise on you and your companions that gives you access to restricted areas, provided you have the correct ID cartridge for that area. Restricted areas are off limits to unauthorized personnel and otherwise result as being attacked on sight. Okay, so we're going to speak to Gladys. There's a terminal here. There's a game I have... Ooh. That looks like backgammon mixed with chess, mixed with... Interesting. That's very cool. I like the little details. What is this? Something I can sell. Excellent. I can sleep here too. I'm going to take a rest in a second. So, like the spores of the puffball, cast on the wind and alighting on fresh soil, we put down new roots from Adelaide. Wait, did she give me a plant? Cool. Okay. Vicar Max is probably up here at the top. Oh. Who is Sam? Hello? There's no response from the auto-mechanical unit. A serial number etched in its chassis includes the letters Sam. I'm gonna come back to you. Very cool. All right, let's see this. This is not a petunia. I don't know. This is a Hitchhiker's Guide humor. That's what I feel like. Ollie Ollie Toxie Free. Yes, it is called that. I've seen that already. The Modern Steel Wrench and You. This book is heavily dog-eared. What did I think? Like douche-eared? Like dog-eared? Dog-eared. With noodles. With moodles in the Dodgens. Yes. Excellent. This is Parvati's book, probably. Full of modified tools with unique mechanical usages. Digging around in here would be an easy way to lose a finger to a sawtooth blade. Right, this looks like Parvati's stuff, so I am going to keep her here. I'm not going to take any of her stuff. That's fine. Yeah, this is fine. I took 2 already. We're going to just ignore that. And look. Stern older man with warm eyes. That's awesome. Okay. Who's this? Is this OSI? The religious... This is Vicar Max's room. The religious symbol on this flag denotes the order of scientific inquiry. Very cool. The Journal of Maximilian de Soto. The scribblings on these journal pages are utterly illegible to anyone except Vicar Max. Ooh, of equity and equations. These textbooks have been out of print for almost half a century. The margins are filled with scribbled notes, and many passages have been underlined. Some pages have come loose, the glue now yellowed and cracked along the spines. Cool. Not going to take any of his stuff. Index of Banned Literature. Part 1, Various Qualifying Considerations. Principal Rules of Restricted Management. Morals and Maxims of Banning Unethical Literature. Proof of the Grand Architect and Predestination. A refutation of the titles listed here within. Consequences, the mind and the will of man when led astray. Official list of banned titles. Prerequisites for advancing the investigation, outing, and penalizing of offenders. And this is banned. This is all banned literature. I like how the list of banned titles is also banned, which is interesting. Oh, God, I didn't see you there. Hi. The Art and Science of Tossball. That's awesome. Very cool. The most on-the-field fatalities for 3 consecutive seasons. Amazing. And, okay. Hi, Vicar Max. Let's have a chat.
I find myself marveling at the complex simplicity of the Fibonacci spiral. I'm sure you know what that's like.
Me
Something
too,
vexing
Max.
you, Captain?
I love the Fibonacci spiral. It's one of my earliest introductions to like cool maths, the cool side of maths, and also my introduction to fractals. I know that the Fibonacci I don't think the Fibonacci spiral is in itself. No, it is. It is a fractal. The Fibonacci spiral is like one of the most basic fractals. And we can see it in nature all the time. Next time you look at a, it's not a snail. I think a snail has like an adaptation of the Fibonacci spiral, but it's a specific kind of shell inside in the ocean that has a Fibonacci spiral on it. It's great. Maths is nature, guys. Maths is great. All right, I like to know something about those I'm flying with. What's your story?
Nothing too out of the ordinary. Just your run-of-the-mill vicar with a violently enthusiastic disposition.
Yeah. Violently enthusiastic disposition?
That's what my parents called it.
Oh, okay.
I grew up
I
in a
love
pit
that
of
he
a
has a
town,
little
much
smirk
like
when he
Edgewater.
speaks on that too.
I was destined to be a laborer like my parents, but I
awesome.
was infected early with a need to solve the equation. My passion didn't sit well with them.
So religion in this universe is like based on the big equation, and it's like to do with predestination and stuff, but more on a logic, like a maths point of view, which I think is really, really interesting. So why were you so passionate about it?
My parents, ironically. They internalized the precepts of scientism like no one I've ever known. They had a pure faith, a faith that brought joy to them regardless of the situation. I envied that. I wanted that peace. I thought if I became a vicar, I could find it. Or at the very least, find out why I lacked it.
It's a difficult one to... How should I put this? It's difficult to reconcile if you see someone, especially a role model figure, who has attained contentedness or peace, or they've portrayed to you that that's what they've attained, and you don't have that, and you want it because it looks great, and not that it's not great, it's just it looks great, and yeah, and you do what Vicar Max does. Sometimes we reject that and we say, well, I'll find my own peace with blackjack and hookers, but instead you do Vicar Max, and you can you find out through the same path, and you go in even deeper than they did so that you can get there quicker. It's difficult to reconcile. So why weren't they proud when you became a vicar then?
They thought I was fighting the plan, should have accepted my lot. Some people pursue the clergy for power, prestige, but that was not me.
Right, and here's the question I have. If you can't help but follow the plan, then everything you do is part of it, right? Because if you're not, if if there is a predestined thing, this is where I enter territory where I am totally fine with not being right, because it's just what makes sense to me, and that's fine. And whatever you choose to have as something that makes sense to you, that's great, and that's not something that I'm gonna sort of it's not something I'm gonna take apart. Those days are certainly behind me, and it's really not productive to do that. What I would rather do is be interested in what makes sense to you and kind of figure out what that is and be like, oh, okay, that's sick. And if it starts making sense to me, I'll be like, awesome, now it makes sense to me. What makes sense to me is not that there is a predestination of any kind, because it brings into my mind too many questions of whether what I'm doing is planned or not. And it brings into my mind too many meta questions, like meta questions that I have resolved by simply saying there can't be a predestination then. Feel free to sort of engage with me about anything you want, if you disagree, or if you are someone who believes in predestination. But if there is a plan, I'd rather just keep living my life without considering where there's a plan or not, because if there is one, I'm following it anyway, and if there isn't one, I'm doing what I want. So either way, I win. And that's what makes sense to me. So I'm going to ask him this. If you can't help but follow the plan, then everything you do is part of it, right?
The plan is not one rigid path. There are a variety of multitudes contained within it. Our paths have variance, but we'll end up adhering to it, whether we like it or not.
Then what's the point?
Some choices make the path smoother, some rougher. You can even go outside the lines, but the further outside you go, it's like an unbreakable elastic band. It will only stretch so far before it snaps back. The further it is stretched, the more violent the eventual correction.
But then how do you know? How do you know that you're stretching the band? Like, are you doing things that feel unnatural? Because sometimes you do have to do uncomfortable things in order to be where you were anyway. So that's why I end up where I am. Because I'm like, why believe? not and this is, I mean, obviously we're talking about religion in a sense, but not in religion entirely or in spirituality entirely, but why believe in specifically a plan if you could never know for sure whether you're following it or not? And for me, it makes much more sense to me to just do what I want, and that's it. And if you or to do what makes me happy and makes other people happy. And yeah, it really all comes down to whether you find peace and satisfaction in believing that what you are doing is part of something that is greater than you. Which oftentimes I do believe that, just not to the extent that everything has been planned out ahead of time. Okay, so it seems quite trusting of you to sign on without knowing anything about me. Oh, that's true.
I've run headlong into too many walls in my pursuit of the truth. This book is my last hope, and you were my only hope of getting it translated.
Excellent. That makes sense. What if the book doesn't have the answers you're looking for?
I honestly don't know what I'd do. This quest has consumed me for the better part of my life. I fear there's nothing else left to me. What about you? What's your story?
I was a colonist on the Hope. A scientist named Wells saved me.
And how did he do that?
He stole my body from the Hope at the edge of the colony and thawed me out.
Well, you do seem different than every other colonist. Let's pretend for the moment I believe you.
He's the first one to believe me.
What are you going to do now?
He's literally the only one who's... I've said this to a few people, and they literally call me crazy. Because one of the important things about this game is that I found out later that that the Hope was supposed to get here like 3-4 generations ago. Like, I'm ancient history. I should be dead. In the present day, on the planet that we're on, in the star system that we're on, in the Halcyon system, I should have lived my whole life here already, and have been long gone, been like a history lesson. The colony ship is a history lesson, And I'm from that colony ship, so it's really, really interesting. Basically, I'm here. If the colony ship hadn't stopped, none of this stuff would have happened. Which now, for the first time, makes me think that the colony ship was not stopped on accident. Damn it! I would definitely not put that past corporate overlords. If they knew that something was coming through that would disrupt their plans to turn it into a capitalist hellscape, I have zero doubt that they would have done something to sabotage that ship. I'm calling it. I'm calling it now. If I'm wrong, fine, but I'm calling it. Alright, so I'm helping him recover more of the chemicals he needs to save the rest of the colonists.
That seems a dangerous proposition. Why risk your life now that it's been returned to you?
I don't care about family friends, just because it's the right thing to do.
A commendable attitude.
Thank you. Tell me again about the book we picked up that's in French.
Baconu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist school of thought, so the book is banned in this colony.
Right, so what are your thoughts on the Philosophists, then?
Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the philosophist perversion of Bakonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death.
Okay, so this is actually a if we were to put this into if we were to sort of compare this, since we're comparing what's happening in capitalism here to real life, he's talking about anarchism here, but before, I don't think like anarchism is pure chaos or whatever, but the point is that it is actually that, like, and I know that because Baconu is a play on one of like the principal authors of anarchist thought, and I can't remember what his name is, but it is similar to Baconu, and that's what they're trying to kind of illustrate here, that it's the philosophist sort of chaos and imbalance and whatever versus the scientism's order or whatever. Okay, any ideas where we can find someone who speaks French?
I've been thinking on that. There's a former infamous philosopher scholar who fled Terra 2 some years ago. He's an expert on Baconu. He's also who told me of the journal's presence in Emerald Vale. If anyone in this colony could translate that book, it would be him.
Okay, how do we find him, though?
That's a good question. We should start on the Groundbreaker.
Okay.
It's where I'd go if I wanted to get off Terra 2. Great place to pick up a ride to Hephaestus, Scylla, even Monarch.
Okay.
All I need is access to a data cartridge from the security terminal. Their easily hackable system keeps a registry of all crew manifests for both arrivals and departures.
Cool. We'll get there. How will a crew manifest help us track down your scholar friend? I mean, I know this, but whatever.
I'll comb the last 6 months of departure manifests to track the Philosophist's off-world destination.
How are you a hacker?
Before I transferred to Edgewater, I had a wealth of time to develop certain secular skills during my years serving a particular penitentiary flock. I meditated, led sermons, provided guidance to the inmates as needed, of course. I also played prison yard tossball and taught myself a bit about computronic security systems.
All right, let's go then.
Thank you, Captain.
Who is he? Is he following me now? Oh, no, he's just checking out a book. Hold on.
Yes, you caught me ruminating again. Guilty as charged. What's occupying your thoughts?
Let's talk about this personal quest of yours.
Of course. Are you ready to break into security?
Okay. Right, we're going to the Groundbreaker, which we were heading towards anyway, so that's fine. We are going to have new crew. 1 more companion. 2 more companions. 3 more companions. That is very nice. I am very excited to see all of that. And this is Sam. We are going to talk about Sam in a second. I'm going to just finish exploring. I have already looted everything from this place. This is the bathroom. That's fine. Down here is the little area. This is the engine room. That's the little engineering room. And we're going to talk to Gladys eventually. For now, I'd like to ask Ada about Sam, but I've been live for 4.5 hours, which is the longest I've ever streamed. And so I could probably go for longer, but I am getting a little bit hungry, so I'm going to get a snack and end it for now. Man, let's see. Hold on a sec. Here we go. That's it. Everyone, yeah, it's been 4.5 hours. Thank you for being here since the beginning. I really, really appreciate it. If you would, this is a bit loud. If you would like to, if you would like to be here and talk to me, sort of in Discord, I'm happy to do that. If you ever want a guest on the stream, we can hang out in Discord as well, anytime. Or out of stream, we can just hang out as well. I hang out in Discord like all the time. I just hang out in voice, and if you want to come say hi and chat about stuff, that's fine. But no matter where you are in the world, if you're watching this now, for the two of you who are here, if you're watching this in the VOD later, I really, really appreciate that you're here. I really, really, really do. If you like, all my links are down below. You can check out me and what I do, my main page, and you can join the Discord and have some fun with all of us. But yes. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you in about 8 to 10 hours when I will be back. We will be talking about the tabletop debacle, and we will also be doing more of this. So thank you all so much for watching and tuning into the Everything GM broadcast. And yes, I hope you, if you're still going when you wake up, I'll join you. Absolutely, it'd be great to have you. And I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Sleep tight. And we'll be back in about 8 to 10 hours. Until then, have a wonderful day.